Guess I better go ahead and do the intro. I guess I better go ahead and talk about this because everyone's talking about this YouTuber. Now, this next video that she did, and I know that most people are probably going to be wondering what the heck is going on. I guess I better go ahead and introduce myself. My name is JT Vega. I right now I'm just trying to analyze this Noralities person because, hi, how's it going, Dizzy? I'm gonna go ahead and talk about. I'm just continuing part 2 of this whole thing because this is part 2, and I'm just gonna go ahead and we can all discuss about this, about a YouTuber known as Noralities, or Noralities, as you call her. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce the name right. I will admit I'm kind of a little bit dyslexic here. So I'm going to go ahead and continue with this video because this is the video that everyone was talking about cancel culture. And I'm going to go ahead and move it here. Sorry about that. I forgot to put up the screen and everything here on this one. So today I'm just going to go ahead and play a video by her. And I'm going to probably pause and see what she has to say and see what she has to do. So let's go ahead and try to see if this would work.
Let's talk about problematic media. Content warning mentions and discussions of the sexualization of children, child pornography, pedophilia, death threats, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and transphobia. I'm going to be talking about some of these issues at length, and I'm going to try and not show anything graphic, but I may have to include a few shots of anime or manga of children being sexualized in the beginning section, so please be warned of that. So, my last video on child-coded character design ended up being want to say popular because that feels wrong, but it did receive a larger response than I'm used to. First of all, I did receive a lot of comments from people being genuinely happy that I talked about this, and to all those people, thank you. I am touched beyond belief, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that your kindness and support makes this all worth it. And to the audience of people who did not agree with me, well, okay. I originally wanted to put this part at the end of the video, but I don't think the people who disagree with me will actually engage with this video for long enough to get to the ending, because they certainly didn't with the last video. So here is my follow-up statement to the Dragon Maid video, I guess. I know it seems silly.
I'm watching it. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and continue because it's like, yeah, I'm watching it right now, and I'm just gonna go ahead and like, Jesus, this thing has like 2.k, has 21k likes and 2.k. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of dislikes right there. So I'm gonna continue playing this, so let's go ahead and continue because I just want to listen to what she has to say about this because of the whole she's worried about cancel culture thing. And the thing is, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it or anything like that. I'm just going to try to listen to what she has to say, and I'm going to try my best to be nice about this because I know that so whatever you do, please don't harass or contact this person. Because I know a lot of people have advocated for this because they know that there are a lot of YouTubers out there that don't want her to get harassed or bullied. They just want her to understand their disagreements with her because certain things that she says can be misinterpreted as something else. So let's go ahead and continue.
To keep talking about this and like I'm wasting my time, but I genuinely want to believe that most of the people who disagreed with me are not acting with malicious intent, but are just simply misinformed or maybe a bit confused. If you are willing to take the time to actually listen to my side and then you still disagree with me, then that's all I can ask. Because there is no conversation at all if you're not even willing to engage in the first place. So before you start writing a comment on this video, I want you to really take some time to think critically about which side of this argument you want to land on. The reason I brought up the author of Rurouni Kenshin not facing jail time or even being fired for his possession of roughly 100 DVDs of real child porn, like not anime, actual human children, was because he is not the exception to the rule in Japan, he's kind of the standard. The possession of child pornography only became totally illegal in Japan in 2015. Charges for possession include imprisonment for up to 1 year and being fined up to 1 million yen, which is just under 9,000 US dollars. He was fined 200,000 yen, or less than $2,000. To everyone who commented about the sexualization of child characters in anime having no real-world harm and that it's just a part of Japan's culture, I would like to inform you of the increasing rates of child abuse, which includes sexual abuse, that Japan has been experiencing, reaching record-breaking heights for the last 29 years in a row, all while American child abuse rates have been on the decline. To everyone bringing up Japan's age of consent, sure, at 13, Japan's base age of consent is the lowest of any developed country. However, many prefectures also have local corruption of minors or obscenity statutes, which raise the de facto age of consent to 16 to 18. The effective age of consent in Tokyo by local statute is 18. And it's not like this is an issue that is set in stone either. It can be changed. In November 2020, students submitted a petition to raise the age of consent from 13 to 16, which received 40,000 signatures. Arguing that it's fine because it's not technically illegal in Japan should mean nothing to you. I can guarantee from my video analytics that at least 44% of you are from the United States. Like 100 people living in Japan clicked on my video, which is like 0.01%. They are not the people I am trying to talk to here. You cannot use cultural differences as a defense when part of that culture also ends up hurting people. Media does not exist in a vacuum, and portraying sexualized child characters in any media normalizes the sexualization of children to the audience. Why do you think so many of you can't even see this as a problem? It's because anime has normalized it to you.
Okay, this is kind of getting to the point here that she's saying, look, it's a totally different culture than what you would expect. It's kind of like trying to tell everyone, oh, this culture is horrible. This culture is that. This culture did some horrible things. And it comes off that way because it's like, yes, they did, but that's their culture, you know. It becomes an issue when someone brings up these issues and they get upset over something that's a totally different culture than us, especially in the United States. Like the people that point this out are saying, like, look, this is a totally different culture, totally different value system than us, and she basically dislikes the idea of it because it can be promoting child, pornography. And I'm just like looking at this going like, okay, yeah, it's wrong, yes, but it's a totally different culture, totally different, set of values that they have, that they follow. And as for the Rurouni Kenshin thing, God, like I said before, I back then this happened back in 2017, and the reason why people are talking about Roni Kitchen now is because the movies are coming out. Regardless of what you may dislike about what they are, why is he allowed to be continued, is because within the law he was, yeah, what he did was pretty scummy, and yes, he deserves to go to jail for it, but unfortunately, Japan court system let him go.
Hey, Habibi.
Hey, how's it go, buddy?
Oh, hey, it's your boy Striker. So this is the second part of the on Noralities.
Yeah.
Nice. So, you know, if you consider the fact that the age of consent in Japan is like 13.
Yeah.
I'll give them a point on that one because I mean, let's be honest here. Japan isn't as bad as the Philippines though, because in the Philippines, apparently the age of consent is 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
But it's kind of weird though, because a lot of those people talk about, like, she's talking about this and basically saying, "Hey, this is child pornography. This is sexism. This is racism. This is all the above." And I'm just like, yes, it is, but unfortunately, that's Japan, not the United States. Why the heck are you going to get upset about it?
Never trust anyone who uses that shade of palette when it comes to their artwork. Because they're gonna be some Puritan hack. No, I do not condone I do not condone lolicons. Not a fan of that shit.
Yeah, me
but
either.
I'm saying, but what I'm saying here is, these are fictional children, not actual children.
Yeah.
In this case, regarding lolicons.
Yeah.
Now that being said, it is uncomfortable. So there is a nuance on that one. There is nuance. I can't really. Okay. So according to this androgynous looking thing, different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna shut up the screen. I don't care.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna continue playing the video.
And also, none of this matters anyway, because guess what I found out after making the Dragon Maid video? The author, Cool Kyo Shinja, has drawn at least 5 comics of child porn, so there is literally no point in defending this person. One of which is 194 pages in length. Do you know how long it takes to draw nearly 200 pages of anything? This is a theme in Dragon Maid for a reason. This isn't even a matter of possession. This guy is producing and distributing comics of child porn.
Yeah.
And look, I know doujinshi or hentai of child porn aren't illegal in Japan. This guy has not done anything that I know of that could be met with legal action. And even in America, when it comes to drawn child porn, it's a little messy, right? In 2005, in Richmond, Virginia, Dwight Worley was sentenced to 20 years in prison for his possession of child porn, including hentai, digital photos of real children, and graphic text-based emails. Among the arguments in his appeal was that cartoons are protected under the First Amendment because they do not depict real children. He also claimed the statute is unconstitutional because text-only emails cannot be obscene. 2 judges rejected those arguments. A third agreed with Worley on those issues, but joined in the majority in affirming his convictions on the counts pertaining to the photographs. The Protect Act of 2003 includes the possession of anime or manga that portrays children in sexual activities as a prosecutable offense. The Supreme Court held that virtual child pornography was protected free speech, provided that the virtual depictions are not obscene. Obscenity, including obscene depictions of children, either virtual or real, is unprotected speech. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid
has a story. It depicts and frames children in sexual situations, but it is not porn. It would not be classified as obscene. But because his doujins depict children having sex with adults, those would be considered obscene and they would not be protected under free speech. I'm not going to pretend I know what this guy's deal is. I don't know what's in his heart. But the mere sexual attraction to children is enough to be classified as a pedophile. It does not matter if they have actually engaged in a criminal act or not.
I think it is important to note that as of 1968, pedophilia is listed in the APA as a mental disorder.
Yes, it is. It is. But here's the issue that I found out about the manga in question, that the shonen that she wrote was basically about a college student. And someone actually pointed this out, and actually found out the issue behind that manga was that it was basically it was basically around the time when the story depicts a college student, an adult. That was what the manga was. And Jesus Christ. I don't know why anyone would get worked up about this, but I guess they had to frame it as pedophilia because the characters look so young. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that yeah, it is regarding depictions of children in compromising positions. It is in fact a gray area in America.
Yeah.
If that's virtual.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope between the two. And it depends on how it's depicted, because even sadly, Amazon, even the law in Washington, they do this. The reason why Amazon removed No Game No Life, I found out for that reason was because of the whole depiction of minors thing.
I'm actually surprised they haven't removed Boku no Pico from this shit.
I'm surprised too. I'm surprised they didn't, but it's that shit was freaking freaky as hell.
No. The thing is, Boku no Pico, outside of being a meme, it's actually cursed. It's legit cursed, which shows this is the kind of stuff that will land you on an FBI watch list.
Yeah, it basically depicts a guy having sex with a minor. And then it also depicts minors having sex with minors, which is basically gay porn.
They now regarding the one of the characters, Shota. I mean, honestly, yeah, he is a kid, but he's a dragon. Lukua, let's just say that she's the kind of woman who will put her tits in your face just because she feels like it. That's a playful thing, according to her.
Yeah.
So let me guess. This was already incident with the Dragon Maid, the Dragon Maid Loli character with giant tits, isn't it?
Yeah.
Etzel Saga had something like this.
Yeah. And there was
one of the episodes, one of the characters is a minor, and when I was watching the series, and there was an episode where she her breast size increases from B to E cups. What the fuck, bruh? What is this shit, man?
Yeah, and that's the weird thing about it. It's I don't get why. I understand it's a gray area for the anime scene to depict children like this, but it's you have to understand, they're depicting this based on Japanese standards. The school systems, let's put it this way.
The school system over there is basically if you can, they see the age of 12 to 15 as an age where you could have consent over
Yeah.
your own decisions.
13
J-
actually, according to
13.
them. And then they were planning to raise the age to 17, 16,
I
I believe.
I recall that legally it's 18,
Yeah.
but somehow it doesn't. Japan, it is in fact a different culture, and it's also the kind of stuff where we don't understand as Westerners.
Yeah.
Like for example, the whole foreign artwork from the 1800s. Have you
Yeah.
seen that shit, bro?
Somewhat.
Basically, okay, go ahead, man. I just want to.
Yeah. Because let's continue on.
which would make it not a choice but a diagnosis.
Somehow, every time I
However,
show up, there's at least
I'm not
one or
sure
two
how much
viewers.
faith to put
So,
in that, considering how
and they're gonna be like,
enormously
who is this
under-researched
uninformed
this issue
jackass?
is, and considering
Yeah.
that
Shitting up a stream
homosexuality was
or
also
to
listed
tell
as a
them
mental
shit.
disorder until
I'm
I'm
1973,
just no one
and
important.
that
I'm
being
just one of JT's
transgender was only
homies.
removed from the
No,
APA
I
in
am not
2012
Bosch.
under the term
Fuck
gender
that guy.
identity
No,
disorder.
I am not.
And literally before
Bosch,
anyone tries to frame
ethical
pedophilia as
CP,
another sexual
whatever his
orientation like
nickname might be.
homosexuality, I would pop.
Yeah.
Those are degenerates.
Yeah. Well, this person's basically a Tumblr refugee.
It's funny that it's funny that they don't call out the whole MAP thing. You know, the whole minor attracted person, which
The
is
maps.
basically Yeah, it's basically pedophiles.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised they don't call it out. They don't
Yeah.
call that shit out. But when it comes to a Japanese anime, yeah, all blows are off.
Yeah, it becomes a problem because a lot of those people because every time when people try to report them on Twitter, when they say that shit on the interwebs, here's what I found out. Like, basically, those people who report them get banned because it turns out that Twitter had a bias towards the guys that are right wing, and they assume that the person reporting on Twitter's right wing, and they basically banned that person because of the fact it was basically baiting the right wing to basically report on that person and therefore try to and of course it all backfired when that lawsuit hit them, because it turned out that lawsuit kind of pointed out the issue that there was a kid that basically had his pictures and was blackmailed and had him and they uploaded all over Twitter.
Oh, that's fucking despicable, man.
Yeah, and the weird thing about that situation was that I do agree with that lawsuit, because I fully support that lawsuit, because yes, if Twitter is going to assume everyone is right wing and basically tell everyone that to fuck off by banning them because they were reporting on the fact that these people were posting freaking child porn links to the deep dark web, they deserved that lawsuit.
Straight up.
Yeah, because that was basically what they did, because they were trying to bait the right. Because from what I heard from people, because according to what they were telling me, they were banning people who were reporting on the maps, and also the people that were posting all these disturbing links that were linked to child porn. Like, you want to see a kid get fucked? Here's a link. Like literally, they posted that shit. But I didn't. And people.
You're spot on. Jack Dorsey does have a massive bias because the man is part of the Silicon Valley progressive mafia.
Yeah, they basically have a hatred for the right, because the fact is the right was pissing off a lot of people during that time, especially during
Trump's presidency.
the Pizzagate scandal.
Oh, Damn, I actually forgot about that.
Yeah, because the Pizzagate scandal was kind of like I talked to those people, and they get literally upset with you when you mention that it's not real.
Oh, not just that, but also also Jeffrey Epstein and his island, where they celebrities would do like these parties,
Oh
and they
yeah,
would have like all these kids.
oh yeah,
Hollywood is oh, but I forget that a lot of these people are simps for Hollywood.
yeah. The weird thing is it's hard to determine because it's like Twitter like because I remembered like the guy named Lazy Boy told me this. Told me about that. Like he basically told me what happened. Like he told me that Twitter was literally banning people for reporting on these people putting out like child porn or saying that they like children, that they want to have sex with them. Literally tried to do that, and he got out of Twitter because those motherfuckers, like Twitter was literally defending this shit.
Not just right wing conservatives, but also right wing libertarians were getting the ads,
Yeah,
and even the left, even people on the left who were tired of their shit, were also getting banned.
yeah. And it was weird though because a lot of those people don't get what was going on. Like this is literally pissing off people to the point that no one wants to go on Twitter anymore. It's literally cancer. And I'm still on Twitter. Sometimes I usually just go on Twitter just to see the news, and
Or porn.
that's or porn. Yeah,
I
usually.
mean, let's be honest here. I've seen the people you follow, bro,
Yeah,
and you got my man. You got good taste though.
yeah, yeah,
I mean, he told me Tanaka.
yeah,
Oh wait, you know what this shit reminds me of? Speaking of Hitomi Tanaka, that whole thing with Usaki-chan and her giant tits, and these
yeah.
people also claiming that she looked like a kid. This bitch was in college. This shit was in college.
I know she's yeah. It was depicting the college setting, and
Her
people.
body style is actually similar to Hitomi Tanaka.
Yeah, and I even made a video about that too. Like I showed like a cosplayer doing it. I'd show like that was Koho Shibuya actually.
Ah, Shibuya Kao, the former porn star.
Yeah, the former one. Hitomi Tanaka is
It's like a bro idol.
yeah. She's now trying to be. She's retired though. She decided not to do JAV anymore.
Ah, but
She
he wants to
became
go legit.
she became the equivalent of an e-girl.
Fitness. Oh yeah. You mean a fitness influencer?
Yeah.
It's not really an ego. An ego would be something more the likes of playing some normie to your video game while
Yeah.
asking her sims for hella money.
That's what she did live streams. I know that she did like she was playing Mario Kart.
I mean, Ria Tanaka is a famous voice actress in Japan. She also did streams. Hell, she even streamed Genshin while playing as her character Lisa. And there's a video on YouTube of her doing
Hitomi.
the same moans.
Hitomi Tanaka. Oh, you mean
Ria Tanaka.
Ria Tanaka? Oh yeah. It's like I'm in no way comparing the two. I'm just I'm just trying to pause this. I'm just in no way comparing the two. I'm just trying to illustrate that what we consider the mental illness can be updated. And in the case of pedophilic disorders, being a mental illness explaining the reason behind any inappropriate actions, but does not excuse those behaviors. Well, this is what she's saying right now. Let me go ahead and continue.
Posit that you cannot have a sexual orientation where the party you are attracted to is legally incapable of giving consent 100% of the time. They are in no way comparable. If my theory is wrong and pedophilia is still categorized as a mental illness 10 or 20 or however many years from now, after more research has been done, then obviously I would prefer these people use drawings of child porn as an outlet and not actual child porn. If it is a mental illness and recovery were a possibility, then obviously I would prefer that over unnecessary incarceration. But that was not the point I was trying to make.
Also, as a disclaimer, I shouldn't even have to say this, but do not harass anyone. I specifically made this video to address how completely out of control online harassment has become. Do not use this video as an excuse to harass or bully or send death threats to anyone.
The links to all my sources are in the description in case anyone would like to actually learn more about these issues for themselves. Otherwise, I am moving on. So this is actually a great way to segue into a topic that I've wanted to discuss for a while, which is problematic media and everything that entails, like cancel culture, death of the author, how media we consume impacts reality. I promise you that I had parts of this script written months ago, and I did not furiously whip it up because a bunch of strangers were kind of weird in my comment section. But what I found interesting about the negative responses was most people knew they couldn't outright defend the sexualization of Kana or Ilulu's design because it would implicate them as siding with people who think that being sexually attracted to children is fine. Which, some people still did do that anyway, though, and those people can leave. But most of them worded their grievances so that they weren't directly addressing the actual points that I made, but framed it so that the problem was with me and my perceptions. The most common responses being some form of, it's just fiction, not reality, or, if you don't like, don't watch. Which, wow, the scales have fallen from my eyes. Truly, how could I have been so blind? I am a human being that is clearly unable to distinguish fiction from reality. How silly of me! I wonder why all those people were so upset at the minstrel shows and the depiction of blackface when it's just a drawing after all. Art never has an impact on people, obviously. Like all those people upset at the Confederate flags and statues in America? What? They're just statues in fabric. It's not like their presence means anything. I mean, it's not like a drawn image can reinforce and perpetuate harmful ideologies to the people who see them, so much so that a government might even take action to ensure that depictions of those images have legal consequences. Oh, wait! The phrasing of these comments are, I think, not meant to be a serious form of critique and are just supposed to put me on the defensive. But it is an absurd counter-argument because it completely closes the door for any critical analysis of any media. Like,
okay. I guess she really wants to make that joke about.
Look, she does sound like a Puritan, but in this case, I'll give her the right. If you lewd Kana or any other amount of characters in that show, you're a disgusting freak, and I want to fucking stab you in the back.
Yeah. Because I don't want to deal with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. When the show was around, there were people who still ended up looting the Dragon Lolly, which was something they were not supposed to be doing.
I know,
but no.
There were some people. There were some OnlyFans cosplayers that were doing it too, that got into trouble for that too.
Yeah, that's a bro moment if I've seen one.
Yeah.
I'll give her that one. I'll give that person from the left green spectrum of the political compass that.
Yeah.
If you lose an underage character, I'm gonna snap your neck.
Yeah, because there's a lot of.
This is a threat.
Yeah, because I don't want to threaten them, but I understand some people dislike them. And there was a cosplayer that I know that got Hidori Rose got threatened for cosplaying one of the characters from Demon Slayer.
Oh wait, wasn't that the one who cosplayed as Nezuko from that show?
Yeah.
You know, it's ironic because I'm actually gonna be watching Demon Slayer this month.
Yeah, the movie.
No, the series.
The series, yeah, I might watch it. I'm also trying to look into Re:Zero to see how it is.
Oh god.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be. I already watched 3 episodes of it. So far, it's okay.
JT,
I know. It's,
when you get to like episode 16 onwards, prepare your anus.
yeah, I'll probably be a little bit depressed from it if I see.
No, not just that, but yeah, prepare your anus once you get past the upcoming episodes because there's some real shit in that show. RE0, it's actually pretty fun. It's like to me that's like I had to watch the second part of the second season. But the first part of the second season was fucking wild, especially that part where the dude drinks that tea.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like there are so many cosplayers that got into so much shit, and I know there was some drama surrounding certain cosplayers. I forgot. Moko-kun was one of them.
Momo-kun. Oh, you know what? For the sake of both of us, let's just call it Fat Lebanese Whore.
Yeah, that's what happened. And a lot of people got upset with her when she did that whole thing. And it was kind of upsetting. And a lot of people, like, especially the drama surrounding her, was pretty bad.
I remember. I actually remember that unfortunate scene where Momo-kun decided to dress up as Kana Kamui.
Yeah.
And it was cursed. Child porn or not, this shit was cursed. I mean,
Yeah.
seeing that woman in something that's and seeing her fat rolls. I mean, I know I'm a fat motherfucker, but at least I'm aware of it. That woman
Yeah. And
has no awareness at all.
And she had to delete that off of Instagram because of that incident. Like, no joke, she did that.
Yeah. Yeah, Lula Dragon Loli, and you're messing with the FBI Oli.
Yeah, and I remembered. This is Momo-kun. This is the one I'm talking about. This is the chick that pissed off the community, especially she. Basically Lebanese Barbie. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Also, not me doing a photo shoot with, but she's still doing cosplay.
Didn't she get canceled before because of that shit?
Yeah, she did get canceled, but she decided to continue because it turns out some people were lying about her. I found out from some sources.
And this is why you carry your receipts with you when it comes to your shit.
Yeah. Because there were certain people, some of it was true, some of it wasn't, some of it was true, but some people were just going in there just to start shit with her. And that was what happened. And I remembered that incident too. It's like a lot of people were talking about her doing like don't do cosplays of underage characters. And I remember like a lot of people get serious and harass these people. And I don't want to harass them, and I don't want to tell them like, yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna ignore you. Like
I know some of the things I say are hyperbolic. So some others are serious, some others are hyperbolic. The whole "I'm gonna snap your neck" thing, that's hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you do how should I say this? If you do actually lewd lollies, you deserve to share a cell with Bubba and the one.
Because there are people out there that will attack you online, and I'm not kidding. They did this to Hitori Rose and others that did this, and it's real. It's raw anger. Trust me, I seen it happen online.
Dude, why do you think I say that Twitter is a fucking cesspool? Because it is. Twitter,
social media period.
Twitter, social media period. Social media as a whole. it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
It can either make you or break you. It will absolutely break you, especially when it comes to trolling. Because
Yeah.
I remember some dude was tracking my shit. This happened like a decade ago. I used to be an internet troll.
Yeah.
I used to troll on the internet, and get a load of this. Somebody was tracking my IP address from the United States. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
Seriously, is that shit illegal though? Tracking someone's IP address?
No, it isn't.
Really?
Yeah, it isn't.
Weird.
You can, unless it's the FBI or something, unless it's like you can.
Like in the case of a civilian.
Yeah,
In the case of a civilian actually doing it.
I can show you. It's like you could track anybody's IP. Like you can go on your C type C thing. Like let me see if I can remember. .mdos DOS, like the command prompt. You just go to command prompt and you could track them. You can just type in, and I forgot what it was, but I do recall, like you can look it up on YouTube. Like you can track someone's IP just by going to the command prompt.
And by the way, this is not a tutorial or anything like that. This is just a personal thing that happened to me a couple of years ago.
Yeah, because anyone could do it. It's so simple. You can just use the command prompt, but you have to type in a certain like IP trace.
A certain command.
Yeah, you just type in something like IP trace, and it'll IP trace like who you're connected to, who's tracking you, and who's tracking them. And they show like there's a YouTube tutorial on how to do it too.
Yeah, when a friend of mine told me about it, I was like, "The fuck?"
Yeah.
I asked her to show me everything, and yeah, it was real. Some dude was so ass mad and DeviantArt about what was basically mindless shit posting that he decided to track people. And here's the thing: this dude had an Encyclopedia Dramatica article. This dude was on cable phones too.
Jeez.
This person in question, I even got a visit from one of his friends who actually had an ED article.
Jeez.
Yeah, one of the guy's simps. No, for real. Like this chick. I forgot the name. I'm not gonna name her, but yeah. When I had there's a feature on DeviantArt that's the shut up buts, and back in that time I was subscribed to DeviantArt's Pro license, which basically gave this was before it was called 4. And this chick was spamming the absolute shit out of my. Hey, what's up, fam?
What's up, legendary anime fan?
Hey, Dizzy, if you still around, what's up?
Yeah, Dizzy's. Yeah, because we're talking about Noralities, and by the looks of it, it's like we see her, and I can understand the whole child pornography issue, but she's basically trying to insinuate that everyone who, basically depicting the whole,
But anyone who draws anime little girls as pedophiles.
Okay, fiction does not equal reality.
You could be right and wrong. Yeah, that's why I mentioned it's a gray area, because you can never be on the absolute right or the absolute wrong on this one.
And I think she was trying to be funny on this one with the whole Neon Genesis Evangelion thing, trying to depict the reality.
That was fucking. That was low effort, honestly.
Yeah, low effort cringe right there.
Yeah, when people say that the left can't meme, they really can't meme. I'm sorry. If you're a leftist and watching this, no, I'm sorry, dude, but sometimes that's a fucks.
Yeah, because
some of you guys are cringe.
Neon Vision prediction. No, actually, Kojima predicted this.
Kojima is basically the modern day Nostradamus.
No,
Hideaki Anno is also
he's actually the H.G. Wells of video games.
H.G. Wells of video games.
Yeah.
Well, what is the video game equivalent of what's this motherfucker's name? H.P. Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft. The equivalent of H.P. Lovecraft.
The gaming equivalent of H.P. Lovecraft.
The gaming equivalent of H.P. Lovecraft. Let's see. I would say Hideki
Anno.
Yeah, because he's such an asshole.
No. That would be Miyazaki. That would be Hayao Miyazaki. He's the H.P. Lovecraft. Except his cat though isn't named after the N-word.
Yeah.
No. Hideaki Anno. No. He's not as much of an. He's actually not an asshole. Hayao Miyazaki, however, now that's an asshole.
Yeah.
And Hideyuki, and what's his name? Hideyuki. How should I say this? Hideyuki Tomino, the guy who wrote for Gundam, is basically the Gen Robuchi of his time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason why they call him Kill 'em all Tomino.
Oh, yeah.
Normalities is that heading dangerous topic.
Yeah.
Ooh, got repels on that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and continue.
Out of context, don't watch seems like a reasonable statement. For instance, I don't like superhero films. Nothing wrong with them, they just have oversaturated the market and I don't find them interesting. I don't like them, I don't watch them, and I don't spend days of my life critically breaking down their core themes or explaining to people why I don't like them, because why would I? However, the problem was not that I did not like Dragon Maid. The problem was that it perpetuated harmful imagery of sexualized children, which is...
Yeah, she just keeps going to zoom in on that certain area, the thick thighs. Like, she depicts this in her own imagination. Like, I didn't want to go there, but you lady, you are more creepier than most of the creeps that I know on the internet. I know you're trying to depict this, but this is kind of ridiculous. And it's kind of weird that she would zoom in on Kana, on this character, and try to depict try to focus on the legs.
Is harmful to children. I liked The Promised Neverland, but its depictions of Sister Crone reinforced awful racist imagery of black people, which is harmful to black people. The framing of "it's just fiction, not reality" at first seems so innocuous, asserting that whatever it's...
I know, she keeps zooming into that character. Like, she just like, see the zoom of the characters depicting the lolly and everything. I'm like, bruh, you're more creepier than us. You're creepier than Jesus Christ. You're more like, you zoomed in on her legs like it was like, oh, this is important. Like.
And I think that she got offended at the fact that Sister Crone looks straight out of the Boondocks.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I'm not the only one who even saw the fact the artwork looks like she came from the Boondocks, because the Boondocks itself is an anime-inspired TV show.
Yeah, but
and a comic strip.
A lot of people didn't like, Dragon Maid is a popular anime. She's trolling. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell her problem. Like, the thing is, like, she's basically saying, like, certain, like, Neverland, for example. Like,
and I didn't mention this last night, but I'm actually glad I'm not watching The Promised Neverland past the first season because of how much of a mess that show ended up being.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It's like, it seems like she depicts, like, she straight up zooms in on the lolly character in a creepy sort of way. And I hate to say it, it's really creepy when she does that.
Yeah, it's no matter who you are, that shit's wrong though.
Yeah. It's like I wouldn't if I wanted to do it as a joke, but she's doing it like zooming in on it like in a creepy sort of way, like it like she wants us to see the picture, and I'm like, yeah, I see it, but I don't want to see it. Proving her point.
It's responding to
Yeah, I
is
mean,
lacking
why the
common
fuck
sense,
is zooming
unable
on
to
her panty shots or her thighs?
Yeah.
Of course not. Her people are not the kind to watch satire.
It's a film edit to show relevance. Yeah, it is, but it's like she kind of depicts it like you see those thick thighs, and I'm just like, yeah, I see them, but I don't want to see it very close up. You're freaking me out with this. And that's kind of what I see right here. Yeah, it displays what the point of relevance, but it can come off creepy. Yeah, it does in a way, because it's like I'm not trying to, what she's doing is trying to set the example of it, but yeah, but it's like she tries to go all the way through, like she's objectifying the character, and she's telling us we're objectifying the character, but at the same time she's objectifying it in a way that's like, you see this thick-thighed lolly character? And I'm like, yeah, I see it, but I don't want to see that zoomed in very closely to me.
It is ironic that she ended up sexualizing Kana, which is yeah, it's ironic.
Yeah.
You're virtually saying about how much of a child. How do I say this? How much of a this probably flew off my head. But this is more of an opportunity to virtue signal in some way.
Yeah. And I have to admit, there are people that could do memes pretty well. And I forgot this one anime that they did. It was so funny. Let me look it up, because it was just, you have to come off the point of view of this is how people see this, and we should see that it's wrong, but it's not. Everyone sees that it's not, and it comes off gross. Yeah, and it comes off very ignorant too. Like, she literally is trying to force us to see this, and it's like, yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Like,
Which ones? Shimoneta, Konosuba. There's a lot of satirical anime that have these awkward shots.
yeah. Like, let me see if I can find it, because there was a video that I seen that was like this is what they did. Like, they remixed this song, and totally not the FBI bait. Like, this is what it was. Like, here's an example. Like, she could have used that. She could have used that video.
Fucking fans doing Fortnite dances. Jesus Christ.
I know. But there was another video. Let me see if I can find it, because I thought it was a really cool video that they did. Let's see. Here it is. It was a really good video that I thought was cool. And it was so cute too. Like they literally made a music video of it. Like, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. It was on YouTube.
All right, Chad. Right, Striker is a dirty piece of shit in the comments. Because honestly,
yeah, let's see. Ammo Auntie. Let's see, here it is. If I can remember the. Because
so
someone actually. Yeah, because someone actually did this. This is what they did. This was years ago. Let me see if I can find it. Like, this is the video. Like, they literally mixed that up. Like, it was really funny, too.
You're right. It was the point was poorly executed. It really was. And everyone, forgive the fact. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, on my end, there's like a 5 second delay.
Yeah.
Regarding my responses.
Same as mine. It takes a while for me to respond to the questions too, because it's like a delay here. Because even connection speeds can be a little bit slow. I'm going to continue.
Distinguish the difference between fiction and reality. But this is what you have to understand. Fiction does not equal reality, and media does affect reality. So let's unpack both of these statements, starting with fiction does not equal reality. I think the urge to use "it's just fiction, not reality" as a defense has increased in popularity, honestly due to the recent and frankly outrageous examples of online fans openly harassing and doxing content creators. Like former Steven Universe storyboard artist Jesse Zook having to delete their Twitter over some art that they made. Or fans of Voltron sending death threats to the cast and writers because of a pairing they shipped between these two characters.
Okay. Technically, it was true that did happen. But yes, the shipping fan base was terrible. That I cannot deny. It was very terrible. Because I remember that the shipping fan base was forcing the issue with the two Voltron characters. Ugh, it was so bad. And here's the thing. That fan base really ruined Voltron. I hate to say it. Even though they helped it, they destroyed it.
They did. That same fan base also destroyed She-Ra and He-Man because and that artwork. Let's be honest with you. That artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Same people.
Yeah. They're the reason why we can't have nice things.
You're not wrong. I mean, have you ever seen the Pokemon and Genshin community? Jesus fucking Christ, man! The shippers are the ones shitting up every. The shippers are the reason why people gatekeep. Yeah. The shippers are the reason why people gatekeep because these motherfuckers. You do not give anything to these motherfuckers. These rotten bitches.
Yeah, because they literally ruined good shows in order to have their ship come through.
Good games as well.
Yeah. And it was that bad too. Like they literally got upset about this, and they were literally harassing. They were literally harassing people over this. That's how bad it was.
The reason being, some fans falsely accused the ship of being pedophilic, which, first of all, I don't think they even had.
They're adults! And they joined the military. What the hell are they... They were consenting adults.
God. There's a reason why the term man children is used with such vitriol.
Yeah.
Because these people are not adults. These people are man children.
Yeah, it's that bad when you deal with the fact that the Voltron fan base on Netflix is so torn to wanting their gay ship. It's that bad. It's like they literally want to cancel people over gay ships.
Fujoshis are a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you when I say that these people, they're called rotten for a minute. Shit. Sorry, my brain juice. I'm lacking brain juice tonight.
Yeah.
But you know what Fujoshi means? If you don't know what anime Japanese, Fujoshi means rotten woman, and that is not just attitude, but also the fact that they're the kind of people who fetishize, like there's an equivalent with Yuri, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So let's continue on.
Canonical ages at the time, but I think Shiro has been confirmed to be 25 and Keith is 18, which is not what pedophilic means. So to a certain extent, I really understand why recently when people hear something or someone being accused of pedophilia, their first instinct may be to brush it off because the term has been thrown around loosely and incorrectly before. Which, can I just say, makes my job so frustrating. Like, when you hear about someone potentially committing a crime, your first instinct really shouldn't be, well, I bet people are just misinformed and overreacting. Part of the reason why this is happening more and more frequently is that social media gives fans a much closer window into the production process of their show in a way that has just never been a thing before, and because it's new, we don't have a way to regulate it. The thing is, the internet kind of tricks you into thinking you're not talking to a real person. It's the same logic behind road rage. Like, most of you would never tell a stranger on the street to kill themselves because you would see their face crumple and there would be direct consequences for your actions that you would have to take immediate responsibility for. But the anonymity of being online takes the pressure of consequences off of the accusers. It's the mob mentality where you can point as many fingers as you want, all while knowing that you have complete safety in numbers. Recently, there's been a worrying trend where young people online have started to adopt this perception that if a person likes X problematic thing, then they are automatically problematic in the same way, so it's okay to be mean to them. Which is obviously absurd, because that is not how human beings work.
Okay. I don't know how she operates in the sphere of internet, but yeah, she definitely has her thing. But it seems kind of strange how this character handles herself. Well, it's kind of the one thing I'm just trying to figure out is like she. Yes, it's true that there are people that like to do the whole mob mentality thing, and it is true that this does happen a lot. But there was an incident that I do recall that happened with the Steven Universe fan artist who got attacked for having uh, skin.
Wrong shade.
Yeah,
The wrong shade of skin regarding Amethyst,
yeah,
and it all exploded, and it fucking exploded into one of the most batshit insane recolors I've ever seen in my life.
yeah.
With everyone from Twitter, 4chan, and God knows where else. There's even a video about that incident.
I know that incident was very like I showed that video before to some people, and a lot of people don't realize that that happened a long time ago, and they seem to forget, and yet they still continue to harass people to this day. And we told and 4chan told them to knock that stuff off, or else we'll continue to post shit post on that stuff because they haven't learned their lesson last time when 4chan kept shit posting like the whole color palettes of skin tones. Especially they did a Steven Universe version of a racist character of Steven Universe being black faced, and he was eating watermelons too. I was just like,
I remember that one. Also, the one with Pearl being pure Aryan blonde, bruh.
yeah, they were not holding back against them because they found out that the fan artist was like they felt sorry for the fan artist because the fan artist was just trying to like
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that one Tumblr account that ended up being a total fucking shit post.
yeah, it became a total shitpost because they harassed the artist and practically to suicide. And
Yeah, and
and
when they found out that the dude was and that the person was black, that was
yeah,
they
because
really hold that back.
they were abandoning ship. Like they literally realized, oh my god. But the guy basically had to tell them that he felt sorry for the person that you guys harassed and bullied online, and they still haven't learned their lesson from last time. Like you shouldn't be doing that, period, and yet you're doing it anyways because of the fact that you want to feel good about yourself. And the fact that they basically 4chan try to teach them a valuable lesson. Don't try to be like us, or else we'll show you how it's done. Because that's exactly what they did. And they pretty much psychologically won the battle against them because they were so pissed off at 4chan because they were shit posting like all the Steven Universe characters as white or different skin tone colors, and they were just basically mocking the Tumblrites on the whole front. And it was so ridiculous. Like I couldn't help but laugh at that whole thing. Like it was like historically the funniest thing that happened on the internet. And it was one of those things that I thought a lot of kids have learned a valuable lesson, but no, they continued to harass artists, especially Japanese artists.
Oh, speaking of Japanese artists,
Yeah.
there's how should I say this? There's some of the posts. People Paid was the one who shared this,
Mm-hmm.
but the Japanese artists are well aware that they are not backing down from these people. So You know that one shippost that says do not reply to Australian ship posters, don't acknowledge Australian ship posters? Yeah, that that is the Japanese version, but with everyone from Twitter and Tumblr. Yeah, don't respond to Tumblrites. Do not pay attention to Tumblrites. Fuck these people.
Yeah, because we kind of we they kind of established that because there was a guy that basically did this. Like I talked about this a while back on one of my videos, and I explained to everybody that this is what's going on. And yes, for their safety, because the fact that these people who were harassing the Japanese artist in question, they basically said, yeah, please block them immediately if they engage with you or anything with the background of if they have he she slash BLM slash, and this kind of caused people to get upset about this because it really caused people to question why you want to block the us too. It's because the fact that whenever those people who engage have those pronoun bios in their background, because they tend to be crazy, and that kind of is like they say it's a stereotype, but it is true that there are people out there that have those things on
pronouns on their bios, and they are not exactly good people, and they are not to be trusted.
And they're not to be trusted.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think I said that thing about that certain pastel? How should I say this? The pastel. If your artwork has a ton of pastel shades,
yeah,
you're definitely on the same level as those people, and you have your pronouns on your Twitter bio.
Yeah, and it kind of caused a lot of people to get upset about this because it made some people very uncomfortable, and it even hurt their feelings too. Like literally, some people were like
feelings more like reputations.
Yeah, more like their reputations, because the Japanese were were scared, like rightfully so. Like the guy who got. The person who basically was engaging with them about that whole issue with the color palette issue, the Japanese artist was smart by blocking them.
JT, you should check out what FFF is saying.
Yeah, there's also how the bubbles are being created because the harassment is actual criticism becomes drowned out. Yeah, I do agree. And the actual discussion's being stalled. Yeah, I do agree. I apologize for that. Let me go ahead and continue.
The ideology that we can only like media if it is perfect and completely unproblematic is impossible, because anything made by human hands is inherently biased and imperfect. Younger people already have a natural inclination to think in terms of black and white, good or bad, but they tend to grow out of it as their brains develop and start to realize that there are a lot of gray areas. People are not good or bad, they just do good or bad things. But there's a major flaw within that mentality, because deep down, everybody believes that they're a good person. But you can be a good person that still does terrible things. Being a good person does not automatically excuse you from the critical examinations of your own actions and holding yourself accountable. Which is why these cases of online harassment are what I would describe as good people doing evil things because they believe it is right. But doxing, harassment, and death threats are never right or okay. You can like a piece of media and dislike a certain aspect, like the design or the opinions of the creator, and still not harass them. It is just that easy. I can enjoy My Hero Academia and also dislike the way Horikoshi tends to sexualize his female cast and critically talk about those issues and still not personally attack him.
And also, I may have understated this point last time because I kind of assumed it was common sense, But because some of you watching right now might be a little younger, and I don't know who needs to hear this right now, watching a show does not make you a bad person, period. You can't let yourself feel bad about something that you had no way of knowing about. Full disclosure, part of the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I went through this experience with Rurouni Kenshin. I loved the story as a kid. I thought its themes were fantastic. I must have watched it all the way through at least twice. And it wasn't until years later that the news about the author came out, and when I finally heard about it, I was upset and I felt gross for ever liking it in the first place. I knew that if I bought DVDs of his work or manga, that I had accidentally given him money that he might have used to purchase child porn. And that feeling was very hard to reconcile with. But eventually I did, because I can't hold myself accountable for information that I don't know. Knowing about it now and changing my actions in the aftermath is what is important. I understand why "it's just fiction, not reality" is used to try and douse the fires of people getting upset and ruining people's lives over something that effectively matters very little. Whether your ship becomes canon or not is not worth ruining someone's life over. But this is not the end of the conversation, and there are instances where it is worth examining problematic media, calling attention to the problems to the creator, and in some cases discontinuing your support for it, because media does not exist in a vacuum and it affects reality. Lately, when people have this discussion about how fiction isn't reality, they always seem to neglect to mention the follow-up, which is fiction does actually affect reality. Which, this is not my opinion, this is a fact. One of the most notorious examples is the 1915 silent film Birth of a Nation. Some of you might be familiar with it because it single-handedly inspired the rebirth and resurgence of the KKK only a month after its release. And you might ask yourself, how did this happen? In the film, there is a black character played by a white man in blackface, and he pursues a white woman who is running from him because of his stated desire to get married. Under the presumed threat of sexual assault, she chooses to kill herself instead, and when the Klan learns about this, they lynch him. The framing of the film weaponized white women's sexual autonomy as something that was being threatened by sexually aggressive black men, and that white women were something that needed to be protected at all costs by white men. It framed the Klan as heroic Proud Boys who were upholding.
Okay, what does this have to do with anime? And that's the question when she brings this up. That I can understand.
Big question. But what does the Proud Boys have to... Oh, right, I forget that people think that Proud Boys are Nazis.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the current people who run these people are not even white. The guy who runs the Proud Boys is a Cuban... fucking hell, man.
Yeah. But you find out he's a part of the FBI, too.
Yeah, this is a Fed.
Yeah.
They really
Is an example of how this affects it. She's pointing out how media affects the real life. The problem is like, historically, yeah, but it didn't really do anything. A lot of people didn't watch this film or even care to watch this film. Maybe some people watched it, but how did it affect? How did this movie affect anything? Like, other than the fact that historically it was a film. Like, for example, American X. Did that affect anything? Fight Club.
Oh, American History X,
Yeah.
and I'll be honest with you, I liked that movie,
Yeah.
but that was because because it was edgy, at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a movie where Edward Norton curse stomps a motherfucker.
It's how I see it, but did it actually... It did do a lot, actually. Yeah, it did. But over time, it died out. Things changed. A lot of things have changed over the decades when that film was made.
It's what consider me blind, but what the hell is Red Summer?
Yeah. Lend to the Red Summer.
I am ignorant on that. I am very much ignorant on that one. What is Red Summer though?
Yeah, Lend to the Red Summer. Let's look it up because let's learn what it is. The most when racist mob ruled. The massacre of lynching occurred during the Red Summer, a term of black hospitals, schools, and libraries and theaters, savings and loans. Oh yes, that one. That massacre that happened back in Tulsa Race Massacre. Historically, that really was a sad moment in history too. That's basically what she's talking about. Where millions of dollars of black businesses or generated wealth were stolen. Some historians claim that the racial terror connected to the Red Summer being as early in 1917, and the bloody massacre occurred in east of St. Louis, Illinois, a barbaric prom where eventually would see the stage of 1931 Tulsa Race Massacre. One of the worst episodes of the post-Civil War radical violence even committed against black Americans. Tulsa Massacre left as many as 300 black people dead and destroyed more than 35 square blocks of Greenwood.
It also caused a massive migration from the south to the north.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right. So this is how it happened. An African American teenager drowned in Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
This is from History.com, by the way. At the violating the unofficial segregation of Chicago's beaches being stoned by a group of white youths. His death and the police refusing to arrest the white man who the eyewitness identified as causing it sparked a week of rioting between gangs of black and white Chicagoans.
Yeah.
Chicagoans.
Yeah, and it is a very sad depiction of it too.
Oh, this is like this is kind of like the Trayvon. This is like the Trayvon Martin of its time.
Yeah. A lot of black people lost a lot of things, especially businesses and everything.
No, I meant the riots. Like, keep in mind, this is the only race-motivated riot out there. I mean, we have the Watts riots, the LA riots, but that was because black people were messing with the Asians, and the Koreans just had enough of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if they knew at the time, but it is mandatory to do 2 years of military service in South Korea. So these people probably know
Mm-hmm.
a Daewoo rifle like the back of their hand. Also look at Emmett. You can see the silhouette in Bertha Mission and his mother.
Yeah. We're looking at it right now. It's like this kind of stuff does seem to be, but it's like I'm asking people how media, like how does this involve, how does it involve the anime?
Oh, Emmett Till. Oh, Emmett Till. Mm. Oh yeah. This was
I already know. I already know
this
about.
was the Tulsa massacre.
Yeah, and Emmett Till was the kid that got killed. Was
Wait.
hanged. Yeah, Emmett Till was hanged. It was it was a young 14-year-old kid who was hanged in Mississippi. I
No,
remember here.
it
I
was
heard of
Oklahoma.
yeah, but the story kind of the kid was from Chicago, I believe. And what happened was he was visiting his relatives, and what happened was he kind of hit on a white woman, and they took it the wrong way, and they went and the family and the white people got upset and went after him and asked about him through his
Okay,
relatives.
so this happened in 1955.
Yeah,
This happened in Money, Mississippi. He was
yeah,
shopping at a store owned by the Bryants, and
yeah,
someone said that he was a Miss Bryant, a white woman. At
yeah,
some point in the 28, he was kidnapped, beaten, shot in the head, had a large metal fan tied to his neck with barbed wire, and was thrown into the Tallahatchie River.
yeah,
This is from the FBI. The
yeah,
FBI wrote it as if he was hitting on a white woman.
yeah,
Someone claimed. Oh, is it? Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So she admitted that she lied. Whew.
yeah. He didn't hit on her, and she admitted that she lied. Yeah, basically, he went to the store, tried to pick up something. Possibly that was what happened. That was according to some witnesses. But historically, this caused a lot of problems. And yes, it is true that this caused the problem with racism, but this has nothing to do with
There was something else. Remember that? You remember that one kid who got the death penalty
yeah.
because he apparently let me see uh
Like let
yeah,
me
it was a black kid who got George Stinney Jr.
yeah.
He was unjustly, for what I understand, he was accused of murdering two white girls, it was done as how do I say this? It was an unfair trial.
Yeah.
He was to this day the youngest kid to ever get the death penalty in America.
Jesus. They really wanted these people dead.
Yeah, this kid.
Well, I can tell you, like, shoot, we had incidents that happened in Puerto Rico too, historically. Remember?
I don't think I remember enough. I do remember the whole Cerro Maravilla thing, where
Yeah.
three kids from the left leaning faction of the Puerto Rican independence movement got shot and
Oh
killed
yeah.
by feds, and the governor who authorized that incident died recently. Carlos Barceló.
Yeah. Yeah, and they accused it as communism, remember?
Well, I'm gonna be honest here. I do think that the independence movement is pretty much consists mostly of communists and Marxists, Leninists.
Yeah. And they
Let's
were
be honest.
Yeah, they were.
But keep in mind, this was at a time where the macheteros were a thing. For those who don't know, the macheteros were a hard left Puerto Rican militia wanting the independence of Puerto Rico by any means necessary, even if it meant killing people.
They were called the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party.
And as a matter of fact, the most famous incident was when Lola Rodriguez Dio almost killed oh wait, it was Lolita Lebron. Yeah, Lolita Lebron.
Yeah.
She basically tried to kill a U.S. federal senator in the 1950s,
Yep.
and she and a couple of other Puerto Rican nationalists were entered into the White House and shot the dude.
Oh
And
yeah.
shot a couple of cops as well. I think she's trying to make my mentality of people online to people trying to burn down creators for not doing what they want and how history feels so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I am saying you're right because yeah, those who do not learn from their history are bound to repeat it. That is a very popular saying.
Yeah, and that's also in the anime called Legend of Galactic Heroes.
Now that I think about it, there was something insane that happened. Really? Go ahead, JGM.
All right.
Fucked.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and continue the video.
Building white American justice by protecting their women.
Just say I'm a fucking retard in the
and that
comments, y'all.
message resonated with a certain
Don't be
group
afraid
of
to say how much of a
people.
shit person I am.
At the tail end of the Civil War, slavery was completely abolished in America in 1865, to which the KKK had originally been formed to as backlash, before being suppressed later in 1871. This was the first movie played in the White House, and it glorified the Ku Klux Klan by painting them as heroes. And now we still have to deal with the KKK being a thing up until 1944, and also literally now. Thanks! I hate it! If I tried to list every example of media that has had a traceable effect on reality, then I would literally be here all day. I could talk about Bambi causing deer hunting rates in the US to drop by half, the movie Fight Club being the impetus for New York's underground fighting circuit, George Orwell's works giving us a term to describe a very specific type of dystopia in a single word, Orwellian. Science fiction often has influence on actual scientific innovation and technology. Life
She
imitates
labeled the
art
people
because art
who came
affects
there as
humans,
people
and
for the
it's
fictific.
silly to say that it
Why am I not
doesn't.
surprised that
When
this
someone
person
starts
in the video
crying or
is the
laughing
kind
during an emotional
to
part
say
of a
that
movie,
all Trump supporters are racist or Nazis? In other words, go fuck yourself, bitch.
Oh God.
Yeah, she's probably the type of person who see Trump supporter or someone from the Republican Party and said, "Oh my God, you're a white national, you're a white supremacist." Despite the fact that no, all Republicans are fucking racist. Goddamn, dude.
Like everybody's been, like I really don't want to. That's the problem. Like a lot of people honestly disagree with her on these issues, and like a lot of those issues, like what does this have to do with an anime that she was criticizing about? Like she brings up the whole cancel culture issue of Rurouni Kenshin, and the fact that Rurouni Kenshin had no depiction of lolly or anything like that, but yet she continues to bring up all these things, and all these things that, what does it have to do with the anime? What does it have to do with what she's pointing out here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is she trying to point out here?
I swear, I fucking hate this.
Yeah, because it's like a lot of that stuff that she's pointing out, like what media affects reality. Yes, that did happen historically, but not everyone takes it seriously. But unfortunately,
And about these guys were not only was it a disorganized mess, but it was mostly run by a bunch of motherfuckers from QAnon.
yeah.
So according to her, QAnons are the same as Republicans. I mean, let's be honest with you. Some of these people are just fried in the brain because of how
issue-
old they are.
Yeah.
Exactly. The issue.
The
The
issue.
subject is in landing. Exactly.
The issue is her. The issue her is I see her point, but the subject isn't landing. Yeah, because it doesn't resonate with a lot of people. Maybe some people like her content, but the thing is, it's like it doesn't relate to what she believes is. This is what I believe. This is what I believe that this is what's going on in reality, and therefore this anime is this. And it's like, I think she has a lot of stuff in her brain that's kind of like, I'm not saying she's crazy. I'm just saying like she has a lot of stuff in her brain that kind of puts her in this kind of awkward situation. That a lot of people don't understand her point of view. And I could see that point. Like a lot of the stuff that she's saying is not landing to an audience. She really needs.
You really need to make a section in her video where she says, okay, it's what I'm trying to say, it's more understandable.
Yeah, she really needs to. It's like she has these like thoughts in her brain and she's trying to convey it out there, but at the same time there is like she has some misconceptions to what media is and how it affects people. There's a lot of media out there that that isn't always negative in history, and a lot of people don't realize, like, yes, there are the stereotypes, there are the problems that happen within the past, but it doesn't always have to affect the future as they believe. But it's like now it's like it's totally different. But I'm gonna continue with the video.
Informing them that the situation is not real is meaningless because their feelings are real. Obviously, humans are capable of critical comprehension, but we are not infallible, and media does inarguably have an effect on how we perceive reality in both positive and negative ways. This is why positive representation in media is so important. It's because, like it or not, it has a direct impact on the human experience. Marginalized groups being humanized by television or film is not only good for those groups to see themselves represented, but because it also affects how other people perceive them. Also, I never do this, but seriously, if anyone comments again on this video, it's just fiction, not reality, or if you don't like it, don't watch it. Do not harass them, but feel free to just call them out on not actually watching the video all the way through. Please, please be good.
Okay, here's the issue that I'm going to point out about Star Wars, and I want to go ahead and point out something. Finn became a racist, stereotypical character. I hate to say that. That's how I felt about Star Wars when they brought it out. Finn, like when they did the whole Disney trilogy, they turned Finn into a stereotype. I hate to say it, that's the truth. Does that make me racist for believing that Finn is was a black stereotype in the movie? Because the way they portrayed him in the movie, like he became the goofy sidekick. That's the thing that I have to point out. Like that is something that most people should watch in that film and realize maybe there is some truth to what I'm saying, or am I crazy? What do you got to say about it?
She fucking lost me. She lost me.
Yeah, she lost me on that one. Like she pointed out like that media does. It is true that the media do affect certain aspects of reality, but like let's put it this way.
Keep in mind, we're not white.
Yeah,
As
we're
a matter
not
of fact,
white.
both of us are Hispanic. Both of us are Latinos. We're Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, we're Puerto Ricans. We're just looking at this from our angle because yes, we like anime. Yes, we do like anime, but to understand her point of view, it is very difficult to understand. And I'll admit to this. Like, if I say that, like, if I make a video about Finn, for example, and I say that he's a racist stereotype because in order, like, if I say that he became a comical sidekick in order to elevate a white woman, is it true that I'm saying that it is, or am I crazy?
I'm surprised that this woman has never fucking called out the Chinese when it came to Finn.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nothing. This is nothing compared to what the Chinese had done to Finn in Star Wars, especially black people. Because black people are the Chinese. Oh, they say that white people are racist, but the Chinese are even more racist. And I mean the Chinese, and not the Asians are racist, but the Chinese are next level.
Yeah, because it's like, because they talk about this whole media diversity thing, and the way I hate to say it, like when they talk about diversity, the way
They honestly don't give a shit.
They honestly don't. They don't, because what Disney did with that whole trilogy with Rey and Finn, it was terrible. Because the way they tried to make Finn, the way they portrayed Finn, like he should have been a Jedi, but instead they decided to make him into the comical goofball sidekick. And that's how I felt. I felt really disappointed by it because by looking at the film itself, they kind of elevated a white woman in this whole film and made Finn into this like black stereotype. But does it make me racist to saying that about Finn being a black stereotype in the film? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm the bad guy here. Maybe if that's my opinion on it, and that's how I feel about the Star Wars trilogy. And because looking at all three sequels, all they did with Finn was make him into a goofy, like getting hit with like slapstick shit, and it was so cringy. And I'm being brutally honest. They should have made Finn into a Jedi because he basically fought a frickin' he fought a Sith Lord he fought a Sith and survived, but yet does he get a lightsaber? No. They basically said, "Nah, we're gonna go and listen to the Chinese and see what they think." Nah. But that's just me. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's a reason why they're accusing people who are in the fandom as racist. They are accusing people of those people that do not like the film. And I'm one of those people that did not like the film. And I bought the movies. And I bought the movies just to show I do support the Star Wars.
Noralities is the kind of person who would think in black and white.
Yeah.
If it's not okay, none of it's okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to continue with the video.
Good. I am trusting you all on this. If you are mean about it, I will be very disappointed. Alright, so in hindsight, obviously making a film right after the Civil War glorifying the Ku Klux Klan was a bad move. This movie probably shouldn't have been made at all. Not for any lack of trying, obviously. There were ultimately unsuccessful attempts to ban the film by the NAACP. Boston's NAACP and Trotter argued that the film was a threat to public safety, that it heightened racial tensions and could incite violence, which is exactly what it ended up doing. Thanks. I hate it. But creators can't always predict the scope of the consequences of what they're making until after it's too late. Once something has been published, you can never take it back. Take, for instance, the 1975 film Jaws by Steven Spielberg, which sparked a huge wave of fear and anti-shark sentiment that have haunted human perceptions of sharks to this very day. This film ended up impacting the environment in a way that I don't think a lot of people are even quite aware of. Shortly after its release in the 1980s, when the sword fishery collapsed, fishermen decided to market the sharks, and the shark fin trade skyrocketed. Shark finning is a truly horrible practice, which involves cutting off a living shark's fin and throwing the animal back into the sea to slowly die. It is a ghoulish practice. Even though sharks are incredibly important to our ecosystem and you're more likely to be killed by a vending machine than a shark, this film undoubtedly warped many people's perceptions of sharks into monstrous killing machines.
Great white, Larry. A big one. And any shark expert in the world will tell you it's a killer. It's a man-eater.
What we are dealing with here is a perfect engine, an eating machine. All this machine does is swim and eat.
But what I find fascinating is not just the audience response to this film, but the author's response to his new legacy. Peter Benchley, the author of the 1974 novel the film is based on, said, "Knowing what I know now, I could never write that book today because sharks don't target human beings and they certainly don't hold grudges."
This is pure shark preservation propaganda.
Yeah. Because sharks don't attack unless they think you're because most sharks either there's different types of sharks, ones that will attack, and there's ones that don't, and most of them are usually looking for food, or sometimes they would eat garbage in order to survive. Like, no joke, they would eat anything, like a flotation device. If it's out there in the middle of the sea, they would eat it.
Yeah, they'll eat anything. Sorry, I just joined in.
Yeah, come in. You're welcome to come in anytime.
Right, it's been a while, JT.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Yeah, hi, Striker. ¿Cómo estás?
You know.
All right, let's.
I'm just getting my neuronas getting filled by this thing.
Yeah,
with an indeterminate gender.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at this video because it's like, yeah, she's got a lot of issues.
I remember watching your last episode late last night, and yeah, it was something about this female YouTuber. She was talking about something about, I don't know, yaoi or underage lollies or something.
Shotas.
Yeah. About sharks, yeah, here in Florida we do get them sometimes. I mean, but it's mostly because the sharks would, they would, like you said, they would eat anything that moves because they'll think you're a dolphin or they'll think you're a fish.
Yeah. And
even
it's like,
scuba divers, they'll bite cages as well. I
know, and the thing is like usually when the law of I think there's a thing called the law of revenge. Like if you attack us, we attack you. Because I remember that if a person got killed by a shark or got attacked by a shark, they would kill it. because I do recall that law. Like, I used to remember someone telling me about that law. Especially the wolf attacks. Like, if a wolf attacks, if it kills a human being, they would come in retaliation to kill one.
There is something I actually
I
do
know
find,
some of that with sharks. I just didn't know they did it with wolves.
Yeah.
I remember something about how movies have put piranhas as deadly animals, but ironically, they actually kill people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know Jaws is just a fictional story. But
Yes, it is.
yeah, and it's like she tries to tell that media does affect reality. And yes and no in some cases. Like,
In a way, yeah, it's very mixed. It's like saying video games will cause real life violence.
yeah.
It's not really gonna happen in real life
Yeah.
at all. It's like you give a kid a gun and you give a kid that tell him to play Call of Duty for 5 hours, right? And then you drive this kid to a gun store and tell him to shoot a gun. Do you think he will do it to real life people? No, I don't think
Yeah.
he would.
Yeah, there's certain types of sharks that eat people. There's certain type of sharks that don't eat people. There's a certain types that do, and it depends on what they eat.
Apple Pop just mentioned something very interesting.
Yeah.
And Apple? Are you by chance a woman or a man? Because we would like you to share your thoughts on our Discord.
Yeah, you're welcome to come in. I'm not. I can't really judge anyone. You have every right to come in and discuss anything you wish.
I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that sharks actually hate the taste of people, human
Yeah.
flesh. Wait, but that doesn't explain the fact that they are somehow attracted to blood. Albeit that is more like some their senses go
There's
by electrical currents.
yeah, because there's different types of sharks. There's the hammerhead shark. There's the
Great white, the
Yeah.
lion shark,
yeah,
the what's the big one?
The giant.
There's a massive one, but that's the
Whale shark, the ones that only eat plankton. Yeah.
yeah, that's the one.
The megalodon. There's also the megalodon.
Oh,
That
the
was-
megalodon.
But that doesn't exist. There's the great
Well,
white.
do we know it exists?
Oh. There's the
mean-
megamouth. There's the megamouth shark. There's the whale shark. That's what. Yeah, and the whale shark. I seen those in Georgia. Like, I went to a aquarium. They were really big.
Yeah, I did know that they were attracted to blood, but the sodium and the glucose.
Yeah, there's the short fin mako shark. There's the bull shark.
There are some sharks there are sharks. I'll be honest when I say that sharks are beautiful creatures, and they
Yeah.
have inspired.
Yeah, they were.
Like here's the thing: in the there one of the designers of Chevrolet, Bill Mitchell, when he was designing the C2 Corvette, he actually came up with two concept cars called the Macro Shark Corvette.
Yeah.
And the neat thing about the car was the fact they were painted after the Macro Shark. Albeit the man was his hobby was actually deep sea dive. He used to be a scuba diver.
Yeah.
So two of the classic cars, the Mako Shark and Mako Shark 2, were actually inspired by sharks themselves. But at the same time, the Stingray was actually inspired by the manta ray.
Yeah. And there's also the Baskin shark, which has like a huge freaking mouth.
The megalodon. Those things must, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine if those things even existed today. They would be the size of the price building.
But the
Or
weird
two.
thing about it is that the Baskin shark is vegetarian.
It's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, they're not really. Yeah, it's like that's according to the research. Like,
Yeah, that was the. I thought I was referring to that as the whale shark. Yeah, the basking shark. Yeah, those are the ones that eat plankton.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like there's certain types of sharks that look like they catch these really strange sharks, and there's also the let me look it up. Like I'm looking at there's the
Oh yeah, the whale sharks do eat plankton as well.
I really
As well.
don't know how
The
this
nursery
turned
sharks.
into a marine life stream, but I like it.
yeah. There's also
The tiger shark.
the goblin shark.
So this is officially turning into a marine. The hammerhead is also pretty key, though.
Oh yeah, the goblin shark. Yeah, these are ugly looking sharks. I remember them.
Yeah, megalodons did exist, but they should have died
They
out a
should,
long time out. Yeah, most of them
I-
did.
If you consider the size of their jaws alone, she would know why. Because holy fucking shit, they're at least 3 stories tall.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video.
Benchley was horrified by the anti-shark backlash, and especially by the surge of shark finning, and committed himself to the shark conservation movement until his death in 2006.
So is that true? You feel like you couldn't write that novel now, Jaws, knowing what you know?
No, got to remember how long ago that was. There was no Earth Day when I was writing that book. There was no environmental consciousness at all. We assumed the oceans were forever. They were invulnerable to man. That nobody could do anything to really hurt the ocean. And so environmental sense really didn't exist, and nobody knew anything about sharks. Now, we still don't know a great deal, but what we do know, I couldn't demonize the animal.
Benchley couldn't have predicted that his novel would be adapted by Steven Spielberg and inadvertently create the summer blockbuster or a generation of fear and animosity for a single animal. But he did change his actions in the aftermath.
China
and that
believes
is
the
so
same thing. They believe
important.
that the
When
ocean is
authors
eternal,
create
and
a
yet they
story,
are
you have to be
overfishing the living
conscious
shit
of
out
what
of
you
the
are putting out into the
Southeastern
world,
Sea.
because
They did.
unintentional or not, you may end
I mean,
up changing
in the
or
case of
affirming people's
shark fins,
opinion on reality.
we all know that
No one
shark
is going
fins
to
is
be
a very
omnipotent, obviously,
expensive
but
suit
this is why it's so important to do research to avoid falling into certain negative
But it
tropes or
really,
pitfalls.
you're really paying
it's the
for a very mediocre tasting fin. It's just a flex. Because let's be honest here. I know some like there's anti-communist China rhetoric, but it's true. They love to flex. It's a flex. That's why they eat it. It's a
Yeah.
massive flex. They flex on each other all the time.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Response to falling into these pitfalls that I think is so important, especially when it comes to how we view and decide to use cancel culture. Because even with the best of intentions, writers are not perfect, and sometimes they will make mistakes not out of deliberate malicious intent, but just ignorance. In The Adventure Zone, which is a Dungeons and Dragons podcast by the McElroy brothers and their dad, which I personally love, in one of the early arcs, the dungeon master, Griffin McElroy, accidentally stumbled into the bury your gaze trope, wherein one of his queer non-playable characters' story unfortunately ended in tragedy. And when people online told him about how that's kind of a loaded, shitty trope, he literally changed it and made efforts to not let that happen again. And he did, which he couldn't have done if he had been canceled over it. The problem with cancel culture is that it removes any possibility of growth. That because of something someone said or did years ago, that they should be punished forever because the internet is timeless. It assumes that all problematic elements are created equally and have been intentionally created when often that is not true.
honestly, I'm not a fan of cancel culture as a whole because it is a complicated action that needs a careful case-by-case examination of each individual's circumstances. But it's often used as an almost automatic response to bully anyone for doing something you don't personally like. What I'm hopefully trying to get to the core of here is people shouldn't be canceled over just being ignorant or misinformed or because their work had an unpredictable effect on the people reading it. In Griffin McElroy and in Peter Benchley's case, their actions were unintentional and they made efforts to undo the damage they had done. However, what do you do when an author is deliberately creating a work with malicious content or conduct, when they have been informed of the harm that they are causing and still refuse to change? Well, that's when things start to get a bit messy. Death of the author. Death of the author is a term coined in a 1967 essay by Roland Barthes, which, to put it very simply, means that the authorial intent should have no impact on an audience's reading or interpretation of a text. Which, frankly, I think people have been over-employing this idea lately because it's easy. It takes all of the responsibility off of the reader to do any further research or to examine a text outside of their own worldview. Much like canceling, I think death of the author cannot be used as a catch-all. It needs to be applied in a case-by-case basis. Like, H.P. Lovecraft was racist even for the time he was born in, but he's dead. Buying or engaging with his work is probably going to be harmless. By buying or reading his work, you are not giving your money and support to a person who you know to be racist. It's going to his estate or whatever. You can read the text not knowing the name of his cat, Google at your own risk, and enjoy the iconic horror. But you may still end up surprised when confronted by racially loaded aspects that are in the text. And I guess if I'm talking about death of the author, then I also have to mention J.K. Rowling, which I know, I am also sick of hearing and talking about this. I promise I will keep it quick. If you just examine the text of Harry Potter, you're not going to find anything really offensive in there. In hindsight, there are some interesting things worth noting. Like the stairs to the Gryffindor girls' dorm forcibly denying entry to any biological male students, which... would that exclude trans women and non-binary folks if it's only going by biological gender? And there is no non-gendered word for magical person, only the binary witch or wizard. Knowing nothing of J.K. Rowling's personal opinions, you could probably enjoy Harry Potter guilt-free. However, you would have had to have been living under a rock to have not have heard about her recent transphobic tweets that started as late back as December in 2019 and then culminated in a string of her doubling down in June of 2020.
Okay. I'm gonna say it.
Oh, you gotta say.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use a reference from Lord of the Rings. You shall not pass.
Oh yeah, you gotta pull that right.
That was. Oh.
You shall not pass.
Come on, more feeling. You shall
Not pass. You shall not pass.
More balls, my dude. Okay.
Like she's going there. Like,
Hey, Lise.
Hey, Lisa. Oh boy. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. Like, yeah, her like J.K. Rowling went down the rabbit hole of things.
I mean, can you blame her? Because most of her audience is on Tumblr.
Yeah, I know, and she kind of was like reading some stuff. I read her blog and a while back, and there's some things I'll agree with her, and there's some things I'll disagree with her, because the problem is that people were pointing out the person that she recommended, who was a turf activist. She was not very friendly.
For those who don't know who a turf is, that is a trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Yeah, and the problem was that the conversation went deadly after that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. How's it going?
Hi. I'm fine. I just wanted to note, I like her videos. The only problem is that she doesn't build a bridge from each connecting thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's point, but no bridge to connect the point.
Yeah.
Which would really help her case.
Yeah.
If she did.
Yeah, I do agree.
Is it me or is it volume a bit low?
I understood.
Low.
I meant toaster.
What?
Yeah, because
Your volume is low, bro.
Yeah, because the volume's low. That's what they said.
Oh, okay. I'll fix that.
Yeah, let me fix that. I can give you.
Is it better now?
Yeah, I'll raise it a little bit for you. There you go. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
I have no real problem with her video or any of the content in it. It's more of you're not brilliant. You're not creating the bridge to connect your points. So it's kind of leaving people on okay, but what does that have to do with this?
Yeah, because the part that she talks about the media fiction thing, like the reality and everything, is like, what does this have to do with anime?
I think she should be more transparent when she's connecting these things and say, like, okay, this is what I'm trying to say at the end of it. Here's how this all connects and really rounds it out, because she's not really doing that.
Yeah, I think she's trying to convey this whole issue that she has with certain things that happen in reality, and then tries to... Go ahead.
Oh, it's just, I think most of her videos are just really it sounded better in my head.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people are talking about it, and they do seem to make the talking points of it. But the whole thing about J.K. Rowling, I do know what happened on that one, because I did follow that one for a while.
J.K. Rowling is a interesting woman. I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah.
I was a fan of her growing up. I mean, I read some of the books. I love the movies, but J.K., I didn't like what she was doing to her franchise because she keeps adding new things to it. Like, look, I understand that you originally wanted to make Dumbledore a homosexual, but by the end of the day, does it really matter if he is? I mean, maybe we could understand it from the part that he was eating earwax.
I love the Harry Potter series, but I understand your point, and I really feel the same, because my problem with it is I don't care that he's gay right now, because him being gay has nothing to do with the story.
Exactly. Like, come on. If
my nephew was really to Harry Potter, but personally, I'm not a fan. I tried watching the movies, but I found them very mediocre.
Yeah.
It wasn't my thing.
The books are better than the movies. I know that sounds cliche, but
no. I didn't even read books either.
And I'm going to be brutally honest. I hated the fan fiction community of Harry Potter.
Let's not talk about them.
I know.
Oh,
there's a dark side that I hate to talk about, but yeah, I won't.
I think we can all agree that Oni does make the best parody of Harry Potter.
But to the topic, I'm more than willing to hear opposing views as long as you're presenting a coherent manner, and they are willing to hear me out as well. We all love that.
Yeah.
I will say that if J.K. wants to make Dumbledore gay, why doesn't she make a prequel to Dumbledore like what George Lucas did with Darth Vader? Come on. It's so easy. Like, have him having some relations with a man in a prequel of Harry Potter with him, before he became,
there's the problem is there is that, but the problem mainly is that it only brushes over it really, really quickly. It's kind of like, oh yeah, and Dumbledore was super close bros with this guy in school. Never talks about it again. It's really this thing of J.K. Rowling is like, he's gay after the fact, even though this has nothing to do with the story, and it helps it more negatively affects it at all. In her books and in the movie, she should really hit on the fact that, Dumbledore is, having a hard time because his ex-lover and the man he's in love with is evil. It should be that. It shouldn't be well, he's gay, but he's like single now and we don't know why.
She adds new things into the mythos. That's what she does, from what I understand.
Which is perfectly fine for an author to add extra things later on. But the thing is, you need the backstory and, again, the bridges to connect it.
Yeah.
That's what I brought up. Exactly.
It's kind of like my problem with, I know this is probably off topic, but this is probably my problem with the Korra series of, like, they added at the very end, like, a gay character. And I'm like, okay, that's great. But could have you, like, explained that all throughout the series? Would have made more sense.
Yeah.
From what I understand on Korra, and I remember this is back when I had a Tumblr account, everybody was talking about the Korra series. They were trying to force two characters to be shipped with each other. I didn't really follow the Korra series up until I saw reviews of, pardon me for saying this, ER, because I've seen his reviews on the Korra series, and from what I've seen, I'm just like, wow. That's just sort of insulting if I was a huge fan of the Avatar.
I personally didn't like the Korra series because there were some parts of it that went dark after that. Like, they killed the Earth Queen. They killed off a bunch of characters. Like, they killed a few characters left and right in the series that were important, but at the same time, they were not important, but yet they killed them anyways.
They went full Game of Thrones.
Yeah. And that's what upset me about it. Is like, this is a kid show. This was like a rated kid show, and they went full dark on it. Like they especially the whole blood, blood shifting thing, that it kind of creeped me out.
Bloodbending was in the original show, but it was more of a Halloween kind of episode.
Yeah.
I think the problem here is there's a way to do dark and really deep subjects in a kid's show, but there's a certain way you need to do it for it to play off well, and Korra didn't do that.
Yeah.
For it to play off well, you really need to make it comedic in a sense, where like it's dark sentence, then comedic relief to make it feel like, oh, that wasn't such a big deal. Or you need to have a lot of light and fluffy colors, a lot of pastel, so you don't feel like it's dark, but the topics we're talking about are dark. Yeah. Korra didn't really have that. It's too medium. It's too...
Yeah, and the thing was, they moved most of the episodes to the streaming thing, because Nickelodeon was like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and put you guys on Hulu instead. And I watched the rest of the episodes on Hulu after that. Like, to me, Korra was an okay show, but it started to get interesting, but at the same time, it just went nowhere. Like, it felt like they were going somewhere, but then they just kind of had a cliffhanger and just left it there.
I think one of the problems with Korra is the timeline they gave them to create the show.
Yeah.
A lot got cut out. And it's like a lot of the cutout bits explained a lot. Also in the original like comic series of Korra, there wasn't a lot of romance, which I love. Stop adding romances into the show. Just stick to the story. I don't care if they want to kiss.
Avatar had one main romance in it, and they stuck with it, from what I remember. And that's Katara and Aang. Then they sort of, I think they once made so with the jet.
How did that even work? The whole blood-bending thing.
So blood.
Lisa is talking about bloodbending.
So bloodbending is hit on more in the comics, but in the actual show, it was one episode, and it talked about how this waterbender woman escaped the Fire Nation because she basically, during the flood, full moon bloodbended everybody into her slaves. It's basically kind of what happened. In the Korra series, it's touched on more how bloodbending is illegal because it's wrong, because you control people without their autonomy, and how basically this one dude basically found a way to master it.
What'd you say?
And then the Avatar had to kick his ass. It's this whole storyline that's just kind of convoluted.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's fair. Yeah, and the thing about it is, like, I really did like that series, but at the same time, I really hated the ending because it just didn't go anywhere with it. Like, they said they were going to plan on making a new Korra series after she went through the little thing, but it just didn't happen, and Nickelodeon canceled it.
Oh, nice.
They canceled it for the sake of the show being expensive from what I can remember from animation fans online. They were
What
also
happened was
mentioning that the
they
show.
What happened was they went woke in the end. That was the main issue. It's like it was shoved in for no particular reason other than to earn woke points.
Here's what happened. Like, I watched that series and I watched the episodes and I saw that they killed off all the spiritual existences of the Avatar. Because what happened was, I believe, what was that spiritual, I forgot what it was called.
The spiritual link between Aang and Korra, and Korra being like an ancestor of him.
Yeah.
They didn't kill it off. So what they did, it's really confusing if you don't actually read the comics or you didn't like go back and watch the show 4 times.
That's the weird part.
I did, sadly. But basically what they did was they severed the link between Korra and all the past ancestors, so it stops at Aang, and then it starts over. So Korra is now the first Avatar for this new cycle.
Yeah.
Which is, everybody was like, but
Oh,
why?
that is insulting.
Yeah, and the funny thing was they did this with She-Ra. With the Netflix version of She-Ra, because basically they destroyed all the She-Ras that were existing to protect the one, and it was in that similar episode they did that. Like, I don't know why they did that, but they did it anyways.
Yeah, it's like what Star Wars said: "Let the past die. Kill it if you have to."
I know.
I think it's more of they try to use it as a plot device to further push on the story. I think the main reason they did that because they kind of touched on it more in the comics of we did it to further the story of there's going to be new airbenders, things are going to be changing, the world's changing, so the Avatar has to change too. But the thing is, it didn't continue.
Yeah.
So they only did it as a purpose to push the plot, but they couldn't push the plot any further because it just ended.
Yeah, and it ended in such a weird way that it just like it didn't have no conclusion. It's just two people holding hands and going into the spiritual world.
I mean, I don't hate it. I just don't understand why it needed to be a thing.
Yeah.
As a bisexual woman, I don't understand why. You don't need to add in any sexual undertones into a kid's show. The kids don't care.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's more of a teenager thing.
They said in tweets that they did it for the adult audience who were watching it for the nostalgia reasons of Avatar.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, okay, but you lost the adult audience pretty around the middle area because everybody was like, okay, this is an Avatar. Why am I watching this?
That's just what I understood with Korra. It was meant to deal with the older fans. Even I remember like in middle school, I remember watching trailers around blogspot.com. Oh my god.
Crime boss at Iacon. I killed him, so now I'm just trying to find help, but now I have a Decepticon behind me and I'm waiting to response from
Transformers, huh?
Transformers.
Yeah, Transformers.
Oh yeah, the other day I tried to...
Transformers is so confusing.
Decepticon Justice Division?
It is. Especially in the comic books, especially in collecting those toys too. Like they just released the the Headmaster toys, like the reprints of them, and they sold out at Walmart. Like, no joke.
Man, Transformers fans are crazy.
Oh yeah, they are. And
I understand collecting the Japanese Transformers figures.
yeah, even the Siege Transformers figures were sold out. Like, I was lucky to get one. And that was
I'm about to enter the world.
I
What
get
if
But you know who the
collecting your
Decepticon
favorite
Justice
toy,
Unit
but I
is?
hate when shows do that. Really just create a show for the purpose of marketing toys to children.
Not necessarily.
If you're going to do that, at least make the story
Probably the
good.
worst Decepticons
Yeah.
you can run
Not
into.
too hard to
People-
ask.
Partly
I do
because
agree.
Later,
are not
because
a
of that.
Decepticon.
what if I were to buy a Transformers
Basically,
toy
what they
because
do
it
is they go
resembles a
around the
car I
galaxy
want to collect?
hunting down Decepticon traders.
Yeah,
You know,
you
who are
can.
defected.
Like, for example, I want to get Skits because he resembles a Honda City.
And These
City.
guys are insanely OP.
Yeah.
And there's literally
It's perfectly fine for the reason why you want the toy. It's more of just a thing of I'm mad at the showrunners for simply creating this series because I want to sell toys. If you're gonna do that, make the story at least a little more compelling than
it was
robots from space aren't robots and they are here to kill each other because
So what
politics?
happened was I
That's
hit him
roughly
with
what I
the
get.
by accident, I
Right,
just
Transformers?
decapitated him. And apparently,
if you don't add in the Michael Bay films.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Babers was nothing if not a gigantic 2-hour
Gigantic.
advertisement for General
It
Motors.
is a gigantic advertisement. It's more like a gigantic advertisement of General Motors, Hasbro, and whatever they can fucking cram in that stupid movie for God.
I mean, between that and the man's love for explosions.
Brimstone also escaped their ship.
Like I
Oh,
get,
and
I
Megan-
liked watching
no,
the
no.
Transformers movies. They were fun to watch because it's just explosions and bullshit.
Brimstone accidentally
But the
OP'd.
story, if you ask me, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
It's you watching TV, Lazy Boy?
No, my husband's in the background talking to people. Ignore that.
Oh, sorry.
That was not me. I have a press to talk.
Oh yeah, my apologies, Joseph. But yeah, regarding the Bayformers, they have done more bad than good to the Transformer franchise because, I mean, yeah, I have actually watched the Gen 1 series when I was a kid. I mean, this was back in the early 90s.
Only
We didn't have many channels, so we used to watch the Latin American dub. And I did actually have one of the an OG Optimus Prime toy with the trailer and everything. Although there was a massive issue, and it was the fact that he was missing one of his arms.
oh,
Yeah. But
the only exposure I have to Transformers was Transformers, Cybertron, Armada, the animated series, the one weird anime reboot that Transformers had. And yeah,
What was it?
Transformers Prime, I've seen like some of it, but that's all the amount of Transformers I've seen when I was growing up.
I still don't understand why they got so. In the series, they would get so upset when people would call them machines, but they turn into cars.
They called themselves Cybertronians.
I know that's like the name of like their species, but my thing is like, you're getting mad at humans for calling you robots. You turn into cars.
Yeah.
I mean, they're more aliens than cars.
Yeah, they're just.
They are aliens, but can
They're
you expect a
sentient.
human being to be like? Yeah, that's to most humans in like the series. They're alien robots.
Yeah,
They turn into cars.
and they're sentient. That's why they do that.
Work just spoke to me.
I don't know. Side note: I don't like Rey as a character. I said it.
Okay,
Star Wars.
That's fair. That's fair.
A universal agreement there.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like where where they take that direction of Star Wars because it was kind of why A lot of people were hoping
we're not going to do so.
because I really wanted them to be equally represented in that film. That was the honest truth, but like they basically kind of made her into the Jedi leader, and you find out she's like she's related to Emperor Palpatine, and I'm just like, really?
I don't like her for a different reason.
That's what happened with the Star Wars sequels. They just made it up as they went along. They didn't write it down. They didn't plan it out. They kicked the creator out of the curb and they wrote stuff that was wrong.
I like being a tank.
I don't like Rey for a different reason. I don't like her because she was supposed to be portrayed as like this girl boss, which is a wholly different other topic of how girl boss characters usually suck. But I didn't like her because they tried to frame her as like, I'm a woman, I'm powerful, I can do this, I can do that. But it didn't land. Like, if you wanted a character like that, just use a Leia format.
Yeah, because she
was a Mary Sue. Now that I remember, Rey was pretty much a Mary Sue. Like all the train that they took Luke to master, she was near it just like that. Like, what the fuck was that?
What am I doing?
I remember watching The Force Awakens in theaters, and I came out just thinking to myself, did I just see this movie before? You know, I mean, I was smiling, I had fun, but I thought to myself deep down, like, I think I saw this movie before. It was just The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
is that?
I think I remember like showing kids in my class that I saw the new Star Wars movie, thinking I was like, hot shit. But in reality, I was going online. I'm thinking, wow, they all had the same reaction. It wasn't that. It was an okay film. It was just not.
I was annoyed with the series because I wanted them to touch more on other characters that were such a huge threat in the series, like Mother Talzin. Why did the enemy for the end of that Rey storyline have to be the Emperor? It could have been Mother Talzin. It could have been like a whole list of other characters who were equally as evil and equally as powerful. But no, it always has to be Emperor Palpatine. Yay, I'm totally not surprised. Ooh, Star Wars.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Lisa, on that one.
It only showed up for the Clone Wars, and that was
nothing
only
against collecting. So as long as you don't go overboard with it, like, don't spend money you don't have. That I can agree with.
Talzin only showed up for the Clone Wars just to revive Darth Maul, I think.
Yeah.
So originally in the comics, Mother Talzin is supposed to be as powerful as the Emperor, and the reason he killed her is because he knew that she would be able to defeat him. So he didn't actually kill her. He imprisoned her in the spirit.
All right, let's go.
And then after that, the comics were basically like, okay, she's done. We're not going to talk about her ever again. Just like, yeah, I guess.
Did you invite him to the...
Disney, to be honest, a lot of people tell me that they want to avoid the Disney version as far as possible and just stick to the Legends lore, which I can understand. The Legends lore has a lot of things going on, but I really like the video games that the Legends lore has. You know, like the Shadows of the Empire games. I do want to play Dark Forces soon.
The Disney version is no longer canon, by the way, so rejoice.
Right.
We shouldn't be talking about that certain arc because it's a dumpster fire.
I will say I did like Rogue One. I think that was the best from that version of films from Mickey Mouse Company. But the problem was that
I've watched a lot of videos on toxic
they
communities.
wanted to make a Mary Sue character, but they just chose to just
not Overwatch.
Thank God.
World of Warcraft. Yeah.
Yeah, they made it into like instead of an epic hero, it turned into a tragic hero. That's what I liked about it. It was like it told the story about people who tried to get the information out to the Republic.
Kind of sad because they had to make one story from the the whole Death Star plans is non-canon, which is it was this video game that I also want to play, but I forgot the name of it.
What about it?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Dark Forces or?
Yeah,
or
it could
yeah.
be.
Okay.
Let's see, Star Wars, Clone Wars. I'm trying to look up the character that they should have had.
I can look at the rewards.
You know, Star Wars was not the first thing that DC has ruined, and it will not be the last.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it was.
have a problem with Disney. I want them to create if they want to like diversitize series and make things more better. I get that, but why don't you create new characters instead of replacing old ones with diverse actors? I don't get that. Just make new stories.
They plan to, but the rumor has it that Keanu Reeves is going to be a Sith Lord. I would watch it. I would watch it. But then again, you know, this is just a rumor.
I heard a lot of horror stories from actors who were in Star Wars. They really hated the role.
Okay,
Daisy Ridley, Jumbo Yeager, dude wants nothing to do. The man wants nothing to do with Star Wars. That massive shit show that was the Trinity.
China really ruined this John Boyega's character. It was China. Disney wanted to make a Star Wars appeal to the Chinese. That's why they didn't make Finn more of a integral character and just, you know.
It's because China doesn't like black people. We all know this.
I mean, from my personal experience, because my sister loves to travel, from my and her personal experience, it's less of a like they hate us because we're evil, and more of like a they're ignorant to our existence. So when they do see us, it's like, okay, but why are they in the lead role?
And then like ogres to the slaughter.
Why are they here? I don't understand why you're here. That's my experience with it. It's just like pure ignorance of I don't know why you're here and why you have anything to do with this.
Yeah, they just don't know you.
And also the fact that China is mostly homogenous regarding the whole Han Chinese being the majority.
Yeah.
Like for they want the Han Chinese to be the massive majority in the People's Republic. And because you know all the things that they're doing.
I don't know. I'm willing to guess Bowser.
But go ahead. We kind of went off topic, but
this is actually kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely enjoying myself.
I'll continue the video. I'm gonna go ahead and switch out to the video.
Pink Cat versus Grogu. I gotta watch Mandalorian. I heard it's like one.
Yeah, I probably would watch it. I would watch it just to see his voice go like, "You must believe that I can destroy you, Rugal."
Oh, I heard a lot of internal politics on that.
To do would end up calling him the child instead of Grogu.
You will submit to me, for I am your master.
I can imagine. I would actually watch that.
Yeah,
imagine if a rebel just accidentally killed his dog.
Yeah, because I can imagine Keanu Reeves doing that. Like, you're never. You will always join the dark side of the Force with me, because I am your master. Submit to me, or else I will destroy you. I can imagine him saying that.
say that to his dog, and he's just like, that's some rebel force just killed his dog, and he just fucking chokes him.
I could probably do that impersonation of him go like,
dude, imagine fucking Keanu Reeves as Neo fighting Grogu, or you know what? Let's make this a lot more interesting. Jar Jar Binks makes a surprise appearance, but Keanu is not the one you have to fight. The child has to fight Jar Jar Binks himself. You sent me dodo now, you little shit.
oh god. I'm gonna continue the video. I'm gonna play this because I'm sorry. Let's continue because I'm gonna see what her talking points are right now. So here we go.
2020. Because that was what we needed in June of 2020. A millionaire author telling trans people that she would be on their side if they were being discriminated against. What do you mean, if? You are literally discriminating against them right now on the basis of them being trans. I'm not going to unpack everything she said. That's not what this video is about. If you want to know more, Lindsay Ellis and ContraPoints have both made excellent videos about this already. J.K. Rowling, being a TERF, a trans exclusionary radical feminist, and using her platform of millions of people to demonize trans women, by doing this, by spewing hate speech towards trans people under the thinly veiled guise of scientific evidence and feminism, she is putting a marginalized group who are already in a vulnerable position more at risk. Statistically, trans women were already more likely to be victims of assault because of transphobia. And J.K. Rowling's tweets are normalizing and excusing that behavior to millions of people. Between 2019 and 2020, anti-trans hate crimes have increased 16% according to the UK's Home Office. This surge can be attributed to an increase in reporting, but it is also influenced by the increasing hostility in UK-wide media towards trans identity and communities. And knowing all of this, I cannot support her. To be clear, I am not going to harass her. I'm just not going to engage with anything she makes. And I'm not going to spend money on her work because one of the charities she supports could be anti-trans, and I don't want to even indirectly contribute to harming trans people. I loved Harry Potter as a child, but I'm not a child anymore, and I care more about trans rights than I do about a book about wizards. Alright, so hopefully I'm starting to make my point clear here about
Guess what? Noralities. Yeah, what happened was, Lisa, this is what happened. Nostalgia Chick got canceled a while back over past videos, and there was like a song that she did was called Rape Rap. That's another one that kind of was brought up in one of the videos, and it's on YouTube. You can look it up.
She didn't do the song. Originally, it was her friends who made the song, and the editor company she was working for posted it without her permission.
Yeah,
it was Channel Austin.
Yeah,
just so people should know, there should be that clarification. She did.
She made it out of a way for her to vent her frustrations. That's what she.
And there was like several other accusations, like she was a gatekeeper.
Oh, I can't believe that's still a fucking word.
I know.
Gatekeeper.
Yeah, it sounds like another version of the Crypt Keeper. I'm the gatekeeper, ladies and gentlemen.
You shall not pass.
I don't understand what problem people have against Lindsay Ellis.
I'm so sorry.
It was over the Raya tweet that she made. Like, she basically said,
Raya was like Avatar, but was she wrong?
She wasn't wrong. It was like, but a lot of Eastern Asian, like Southeastern Asians, were upset with her about that. And it's like, I don't think it was like over that tweet. I didn't think she deserves to be canceled for that. Like, the Raya criticism was fair. Yeah, but I did hear Mr. Metacore's version of it. Like, he remixed it.
It was funny. I'm sorry, the Medicare version just had stuff funny.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, the Medicare version was like, rape, rape, put that motherfucking pussy in my face. Like, I was like,
Oh, God.
yeah, that was the rape rap. That was his version of it. Like,
I totally understand her doing something like that because
Yeah.
I've been in a situation where something like that has happened to me, and venting your feelings like that is
yeah,
totally okay.
Yeah.
Totally okay.
Yeah, she did that just because of the fact that she was sexually assaulted, and it was understandable. And she blocked me on Twitter because I pissed off her friend Todd in the Shadows a long time ago.
Oh man.
Yeah, Todd's.
Apparently, I mean, did she do it? Did she do this as a very edgy joke?
Yeah, because Todd. And I still think Todd's a bitch, though, and I'm sorry. I hate to say that.
Don't apologize, dude. You're just trying it like it is, bro.
Yeah. Like, let's continue. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and continue on with this because that's what happened.
Why this is so important, and why the decision to use cancel culture is a spectrum that should be used carefully. If you think about it as a line chart, then dead people would be in the middle. Like, nothing is going to happen if you cancel them. You can enjoy their work, but you may want to know ahead of time if they were an asshole just so you aren't surprised by it. And on the far left, I would put people who literally have done nothing wrong. And then next to that, I would put people who did a bad thing, but unintentionally, and they tried to fix it afterwards. Griffin McElroy and Peter Benchley would be here. Oh, and also Nintendo during the Jinx controversy and the Porygon episode accidentally triggering seizures. Like, they messed up, but they completely took responsibility for their actions and changed them in the future to try and repair the damage as best as they could. And then we get to the midpoint where this person was kind of a dickhead, but he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Like, you gotta use your own personal judgment for these. Like,
Wait, you forgot to add, what's his name? What was the director's name that everyone talks about that he basically took advantage of women? The director of that
Harvey Weinstein?
No, not, yeah, Harvey Weinstein, and also, there's another person that they had,
Is he the guy who was in Baby Driver? I forgot his name.
no, not him. It's Josh Whedon. He did something totally terrible, and they're trying to cancel him too.
Harvey Weinstein?
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein. I didn't even engage with Monica Rial.
Not Jeffrey Epstein. That's another thing. Oh, sorry.
He's already canceled. Like, he's dead.
No. Jeffrey Epstein is a can of worms, man. It's a fucking can of worms, and I do not want to talk about it on here.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like
he didn't kill himself. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. I'm gonna.
He did not kill himself. I'm going to just also leave it at that as well, man.
Yeah, because everyone's kind of suspected. Yeah, right. Let's continue.
Canceling them even worth it? Will it accomplish anything? Is the book that they wrote still perpetuating harmful ideologies? I don't know. Then finally, on the right side, we get to a person did or said a bad thing a long time ago. Again, you have to consider the context of when the statement or action was made. If it was brought to light, did they apologize sincerely? Are they in a position of power? Because maybe they shouldn't be. And then next to that, I would put people who are promoting hate speech or donating money to hate groups. People like J.K. Rowling and Orson Scott Card actively being transphobic and homophobic are hurting the LGBT community, and they shouldn't be supported. And then all the way on the right, where this person absolutely should be canceled, is people who do a actual crime. like the author of Rurouni Kenshin possessing 100 DVDs of child porn, or Tatsuya Matsuki, the writer of the manga Act Age, groping a middle schooler. Alright, so I don't know how much clearer I have to be about my opinion on this issue when an author you like does a crime, and I mean like a crime that hurts people, not something like shoplifting or embezzlement or whatever. You should withdraw your support from them because, like it or not, if you don't, you are supporting the behavior that crimes are okay if that person is famous enough. You may have heard a version of silence is a form of approval used in reference to social reform. There's a version attributed to Plato. There's a version commonly incorrectly attributed to Abraham Lincoln, but is actually by Ella Wheeler Wilcox, an American author and poet. To sin by silence when we should protest makes cowards of men. But my favorite is by Martin Luther King Jr. from his speech on the war in Vietnam. A time comes when silence is betrayal. I cannot, under any circumstances, understand how people still try to separate the art from the artist in circumstances like Nobuhiro Watsuki, the author of Rurouni Kenshin, after knowing what he's done. Why would you still want to read anything this guy made after knowing that? Why would his story be more important to you than his consumption of media of children being sexually abused? Please try to conduct yourself with a little bit more empathy. How to move forward.
Okay. Now you heard what she said. What do you think?
The whole not supporting an author who's done a crime and people are still buying the works. Honestly, I'm going to say that, well, it's a very difficult question for me to just put out, but here we go. Yeah. I would tend to support the work of someone, but I do despise a person's character. Like, take for instance, I did say yesterday that I actually like R. Kelly's music video drama Trap in the Closet, and I had no idea about the atrocities this guy's done until I actually, looked up information and stuff, and I'm just like, wait, so I can't really support him anymore because of what he did.
Yeah.
I think you have to see it through the lens of you can support the work but not the author, because you really have to take into account, especially when people who really dive into cancel culture, you have to take into account that one person didn't work on this.
Yeah,
it's true. Flash, but
very true. It's like saying that you don't want to support Michael Jackson's music, but despite the fact that there was more than one person working on Michael Jackson's music,
it's kind of like Bill Cosby's situation.
Exactly.
It's kind of like when Bill Cosby got accused of taking advantage of women, and it's similar to that situation, but yet people still like Bill Cosby movies. They still like to watch Mission Impossible. They like to still watch.
They also like to how should I say this? They like to listen to the man's
comedy,
his comedy routines, his records, his TV shows.
Yeah. Like, and some people still joke around about the Jello thing, like the pudding pops and the
that joke did not age so well.
I know, like I put the pudding pop in the.
It's basically he became a butt of a joke.
Yeah, he became the joke, but it was like a lot of people joke around about that.
I will say that.
Yeah, do you know? I don't know. I'm gonna confess something real quick.
All right.
I did have an encounter with Bill Cosby.
Oh no.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. It was terrible. It was the worst experience I've ever had in my life. You know what? You know what? The last thing he did before he stuck it on me was,
What?
hey, hey, hey!
Oh God.
For real.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, motherfucker!
Yeah, because to me, it's like it's kind of like that when she kind of presented that in a way. It's like, yeah, even when I remembered the interview with Malcolm. Let's see if I remember, because I got to look him up, because Malcolm Jerome Warner, I think that was.
And
Yeah, isn't it kind of ironic she's using a quote from Martin Luther King when
Yeah.
the supposed, the FBI documents that were leaked revealed that there was a sort of potential
Yeah.
orgy at a church after Martin Luther gave his speech.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
Well, as far as to my knowledge and as far as historians' records, it's best not to believe most things the FBI puts out.
Yeah.
Just in a historical standpoint, don't trust them. Take it with a huge grain of salt.
Yeah,
I am. I'm
yeah.
taking it with a huge grain of salt.
It's
With a
kinda-
lot of things.
Yeah, because it's kind of like the CIA thing.
Malcolm Jamal Warner. That's who you're.
Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner. I remember there was like an interview that he did with because from what I heard, he was a I didn't even know that he was a musician until I found out.
All I know is Theo more than anything else.
Yeah, and I felt bad that he had to do that interview because he was forced to do it because of the fact that he was trying to promote his album, and a lot of journalists were trying to get his opinion on the whole situation with Bill Cosby, and they were forcing that issue on him to basically tell them what he felt about the whole Bill Cosby situation. And I was just upset about that because that was pretty low because of the fact that he was absolutely trying to promote his music. And it's sad that I found out he was also nominated for a Grammy. And he basically he won one, and I was surprised. Like, this was like no joke. I could show you guys. Like they actually put it on the database. And he was trying to promote his album, and they shitted on him for it. That's fair. I'm going to be fair with people about the trans issue, but there's also some issues about the trans community that kind of they get shitted on for, that kind of does get a little bit like there's some good people in the trans community, and I'm not going to shit on them, but there are some bad apples in the trans community that tend to be
the loud minority.
The loud minority, but there's also the ones that caused a lot of problems. Like, for example, I found out, like, you ever heard of Tony Rocca, right? And I heard stories about her. Like, there was one guy that came forward about her, and she was the founder of Gamer X. And a lot of people talked about her, and it became news when her partner Cohen, let's just say he got into some deep trouble, and it didn't look good on the LGBTQ community.
I mean, as a trans woman myself, I have to say, because I transitioned earlier, I have to point out that I do have privilege of people not knowing that I'm actually trans.
It's fair.
But the thing is really, people need to stop seeing the trans community as a monolith, because I can tell you firsthand we're all human, and there are a lot of shitty trans people that you don't want to talk to. But there are also some really entertaining and fun
Oh
and nice
yeah,
ones.
oh
It's
yeah.
really just a
And,
mixed bag.
and I'm not denying that there are some really good people in the trans community. I met a few of them, and they're really good people. It's just the ones that are very, it's the very toxic vocal ones that bother me the most.
I mean, the ones that get on my nerves are the Twitter people.
Yeah.
Stop speaking for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I may have done some snide comments on trans people, but I don't hate you guys. I personally don't. I personally don't. I personally, I'm the kind of person who would rather look at their actions rather than their looks. Or, I mean, I don't. It's not to say. It's not to disrespectfully say I don't care. It's just that I'm gonna. I like to. I like people to. I like to treat people equally, if that makes any sense. In other words, I'm not an asshole. I'm personally not an asshole. I just want to get that out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, and I'm not gonna try to be mean to anybody because I give them. I'll listen to them if they gotta say something to me and they want to say it out loud. That's fine. But if they, but
the thing is, some of these people, some of the people in the trans community really like to act like victims.
Yeah.
Which is a sad thing.
Yeah, because
I personally think it's less of a thing of they want to act like victims and more of a sense of it's internalized victimhood of we pretty much know most people will never understand us, so we kind of externalize that into everyone is attacking me,
yeah.
Which really doesn't help because when other trans people try to give people who are like that criticism, they jump to you're attacking me, you're a bad person, you're just a transphobe who's also trans, which makes no sense. But
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, and I actually looked up the video. Like, it turns out the kid that did that whole trans, the super straight thing. Remember that one?
Oh my god.
It turns out that guy wasn't that mean. Like, he wasn't trying to do that because it turns out he was kind of tired of people accusing him of being transphobic because he refused to date a trans person, and
Jesus Christ.
And it turns out like he made this message that was reasonable. Like, when he tried to do the reply for it, he basically like. Alpa and Preach did this whole video of him doing the little camera angles thing, and I thought it was hilarious. Like, hi.
My only problem with super straights is mainly that when I heard about super straight people or I've talked to them, their basis of defining or kind of grounding their super straightness is rooted in transphobia.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, I found out from certain sources that they told me that on Reddit, there were people coming forward, like the lesbians were coming forward thanking them because of the whole issue. Even the gays were thanking them because of the whole issue of... And I'm not saying it could be transphobic, but they kind of complained about there was a certain element that of trans people that were very abusive towards them. And
oh yeah, there is a group of trans people in the community who truly believe that if you don't accept me 110% of the time, you're transphobic.
Yeah.
Which isn't true, and the majority of trans people will admit it is a preference. If you don't want to date me because of any part of my body, that is fine.
Yeah, and the whole thing kind of like, I hate to say it, like the whole if you don't suck my dick you're transphobic thing was kind of a joke. And
wait, people actually said that?
Yeah. Yeah, like literally. Like they said that to, like, according to one lesbian that told me this, like she told me that this trans woman threatened me if I don't suck her dick.
Look, I'm going to just stay.
I'm going to literally cancel you, and if you don't suck my dick. That was the threat.
But I'm going to stay on record, right? if
Hey,
you're yeah,
Kelsey, let me get off topic for a reason, but have you ever heard the incident that happened last year in Puerto Rico
what
with
incident?
uh it was basically a trans woman who well, she was abused by her father, so she ended up being a parent schizophrenic, and she got some Karen, some chick wrote that she went into a women's bathroom, and people were straight up canceling her left and right, and a couple of hours later, some absolute jackasses went and actually shot her to death.
Jesus Christ, man.
I hate to have to say this. But that is extremely common because I'm only 20 years old and I've been assaulted several times because I'm trans. When people find out, it's really common in the community, actually. And especially, it's a thing of when people find out, they have this averse reaction, but there's two reactions. It's either I'm disgusted or I want something from you. And if you don't give them what they want, they will harm you. I've had so I transitioned when I was around 17, and medically I did. I got everything done. No one can pretty much tell. But the problem is if someone finds out, like at my old job, someone found out, they harassed me in the bathroom. They tried to rape me. When I told on them, it became a thing of, okay, but if people find out what you are, it's going to look bad on our business.
Yeah. It's like, you seem like a reasonable person about what's going on with the whole issue with her, and it's like we're trying to understand her and why she is bringing up these talking points, and there's like a lot of things I agree with and there's some things I disagree with, and it's like I can see your point of view on this, especially coming from the aspect of the transgender issue of pointing out this issue, and it does seem to point out reasonable.
I'm not supposed to be in my settings.
The reason the way I see things as they are is mainly because I know a lot of people in the trans community who are like her, and they're usually very young, and they don't have the skills to actually plan out what they're saying, so they kind of just word vomit.
They're awkward. Okay. They're
very
awkward.
Toaster, that's not even the worst part. They actually labeled Alexa as a child molester without any single proof of her being a child molester.
So they're gaslighting.
Basically.
Yeah, I've been gaslighted on the internet a lot of times, man.
Like, this Karen actually went and gaslighted this person who identified as a woman, who was going to simply use the Burger King bathroom, and she was holding a mirror because she felt like she was being stolen. She was a paranoid schizophrenic.
I'm going to pretty much just say something about transsexuality. If you're an adult or you're about to be at that age of becoming an adult, more power to you. I have no problem whatsoever if you get the transition or
man.
At all.
Yeah, but do it at an age where you're, because I don't want to see anyone commit suicide or anything like that. Because
the problem is, and I know it's very controversial, right? A lot of kids on the internet, they kind of think it's a way for them to get attention, and then they
acceptance.
And they just regret the whole thing.
Do you guys want to know some fun facts?
Mm-hmm.
As someone who went through transitioning, I can tell you guys 100%, no children are getting hormones unless it's very illegal. I couldn't get it until I was 17. I had to sign about 20 consent forms. I had to go through a therapist for the last 5 years, so I had to start when I was like 12.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I had to wait an extra year to start anything else. It is a grueling and really annoying process.
Yeah.
These children are not getting hormones. That is not how it works. Trust and believe, is not that easy. I understand people's concerns when they make them, but as someone who has actually gone through with everything, that's not what's happening. They can't get it that easily unless they go on the dark web and buy it, which becomes a thing of like, okay, well, who's selling these illegal hormones?
Who's selling these HRTs on tour? Damn.
The government should regulate why Amazon can sell hormones.
Yeah.
They're very dangerous. Why can I buy it on Amazon?
The weird thing is they're selling testosterone boosters on Amazon.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Toaster. What are your thoughts on transgenders? Those people.
Oh, actually, hold on.
So transgenders are a double-edged coin because there are trans. I have a trans friend, trans man who transitioned, then detransitioned, then transitioned again, and the main reason he detransitioned was nobody would accept me.
Hold on.
So I felt like I was not trans. But there's also the problem of there can be a lot of things that can be underlying that can look like you have gender dysphoria or you're trans, like body dysmorphia, or you have an eating disorder, or you hate some part of your body. Because people need to understand that if you don't like your boobs, if you're a woman, if you don't like your boobs, that doesn't make you a man. If you don't like having, body hair, that doesn't make you a woman. If you want to have long hair and you're a man, that doesn't make you a woman. There's fundamental differences that people need to understand does not innately link to your gender.
Yeah.
And then there's the people who are willing to take are willing to take off their leg or their arm because of that particular reason regarding body dysmorphia. Because you know what? You're right. Maybe it's not my position to actually talk about this kind of things.
I think it's perfectly fine if people want to talk about it.
Worry about that later.
Everyone should have their place to talk about these situations.
Yeah.
It is okay. Just because you're not trans, don't feel like you're butting into something that you don't understand. If you have a question, just ask us.
Exactly. I'm just here to learn, man.
Yeah.
A lot of times with body dysmorphia, it comes down. A lot of people who think they're trans when they have body dysmorphia is the problem with, I don't like my boobs, or I don't like how my penis looks, or I don't like how my vagina looks. And it turns into this thing of, okay, does that mean I'm trans? And instead of going to a doctor or a psychiatrist or a therapist and asking, okay, does this underlie and does this link into being trans? They often just look at Facebook groups or Instagram forums or people on the internet who are
or Tumblr.
Yeah,
oh God! Like Tumblr, I'm going to say this: Tumblr really destroyed mental illnesses. Like they think that because you have a mental illness, it should be worn as a badge. If they don't understand that. Look, I understand being trans. You just don't feel like you're born in the right body, and I understand. You're going through it as you age, and you just don't. But
I'm gonna bind real quick, but especially worse if you're autistic. I mean, honestly, autistic people already have a terrible reputation on the internet. I am one. I am a high functioning autistic man myself. But the chances I get compared to like Christian or any of these people, it really activates my almond sometimes, because we're not all like that. We're not all like Christine or Ronnie's other people who are.
I call her.
I've gotten infamous because
I call her Christina Chan for a weird reason.
Why?
Chris Chan or Christina Chandler. I've seen a video talking about Chris Chan's transition. This was from a woman, right, who was transition, and they do state that Chris Chan is only doing it for attention, and I do see that.
I do recall that. She's not doing a very good job at it. As a matter of fact, I remember her having like this big abscess, and she thought that she was growing out a vagina. It doesn't work that way, man. Sorry, but it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
She thought that an abscess was her growing a vagina. It doesn't work like that. It involves
Yeah, but
a
there's
vagina
also
plus
but
two.
there's also the fact that she kind of brings up this whole like crossover like theory, like she explained this like conspiracy thing, like she's going to another dimension, like there's going to be some dimensional rift that's going to transform her into a Sonic character.
Let's be real here. They got that idea from watching too many episodes of Rick and Morty.
Or she's on some acid. Just saying.
It's
I'm sorry,
possible.
but some of us in the autistic spectrum are a little extra. Unfortunately, we are in fact expert. And it actually disappoints me. Now that being said, yes, we do have a very active imagination, but in the case of Christine, she's pretty much overdoing it. I mean, if she wants to be in her world, regarding being a Sonic character, that's fine. That's all right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and do your thing. Now that being said, you're not really doing the autistic community a good service because of all these people muffins, you know?
Especially what she did when she got into trouble like GameStop. That was weird.
Oh, you guys are talking about that person.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we not talk about that?
Chris Chin, as in the original creator of Sonic 2.
And the first brownie.
Can I just talk about how they really in the trans community, there's this divide between people who transition young and people who transition when they're a little bit older. People do it for their varying reasons of why people do it. But the thing is, and I don't want to be that person who's like male privilege, but I don't like it when these people who have lived their life mostly as a man, pretty much has grown up as a man, you're in like your 40s and you grew up as a man and you suddenly transition, you can't come over here and try to stomp on my life and say that, you know, I know everything about being trans. I'm going to defend you. I'm going to be this like wall and like microphone to lift us up. And it's kind of like, can you don't do that.
What you're saying is they're basically what they are with minorities. What was the term I'm looking for? Human shields,
like white knights.
White knights, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
They kind
knights.
of white knight it, and it's annoying. And like, I understand anyone can transition at any time of their life. I get it. There's reasons, whatever. But please stop acting like you understand me, and please stop trying to flaunt your transness. Because the thing is, many people don't know, but most trans people, you wouldn't really notice a trans person unless they told you. Most trans people you wouldn't notice, because the whole point is we don't want people to know.
Yeah, because they don't want to get into trouble, especially what happened in California.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I live in California. I am a trans woman, and I can tell you that just because I live in a very liberal state and everybody thinks everything's goody two shoes here, it's not.
Yeah.
People are very openly transphobic, but the thing is, their transphobia comes from a place of, I see you more of an object than a person. Most people link me to something sexual. That's why I often hear the joke of like, you should make an OnlyFans. You'd make tons of money. People are totally into things like you, which is implying that I'm not human. I'm just a toy thing.
They're basically fetishists.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can understand that. There's also the fact that, if I remember correctly, you saw the Popeye's chicken incident, right? The trans woman.
Oh my god! I want to say something about the Popeye's chicken. 2 years ago, I've gotten fat and I've ate nothing but Popeye's chicken, and I remember it was my mom's fault. She was telling me like buy Popeye's chicken every fucking day, and one day I went on the Popeye's website and I told them to make a chicken sandwich. And then several months later, they brought out and introduced a chicken sandwich. And I was solely responsible of the...
Yeah.
What quest am I supposed to be on?
Yeah, and I'll show you the video. Like
Nobody believed me, but I was solely
Oh, that
responsible for several people who died at Popeyes. You're welcome.
I mean,
Damn, dude.
I think people also need to understand about trans people is that transitioning isn't the sole way to help your dysphoria, and it doesn't. And a lot of trans people do have underlying mental health issues, often like depression, anxiety. Some have schizophrenia. Some are autistic. It's really the thing of you need therapy. A lot of people don't want to go through therapists because therapists can feel a little bit gatekeepy, and I understand that as someone who had to go through the experience of waiting several years to go through it. But it's a thing of we need therapy, we need to go through it. A lot of people need it because when you hear about these trans people in the news, they're often portrayed as like these crazy people.
I'll show you the video. This is the trans woman.
There is nothing wrong with asking for mental help.
Yeah, this is an example of a trans woman going to Popeyes. Like I'm gonna show you guys the video, and I want you to decide for yourself what happened here.
Here, it's like every single day, you guys, and this is what I complain about all the time. Look, what's his name? What's your name?
My name's
Alex?
Tommy.
Yeah, your name's Alex, and I'm gonna be talking to your manager. This guy called me sir.
Oh,
I think this
I
happens
remember
every
this
fucking
video. I
day.
think I was
Everywhere I
joking
go,
at
I
a
get called sir. I'm so
Discord
fucking tired.
group
Why
and
would you
called
call
her
a chick big ass
trans
tits? Fucking, why would you call? No, stop trying to gaslight trans people and tell us that we're crazy. Crazy. You need to fucking be mindful of other people and stop being a fucking scumbag and you're a liar. I heard you. Stop fucking gaslighting trans people. Wait, what? Did you call me sir again? What was that? You said goodnight, sir? Alex, I'm gonna be talking to corporate about you, you motherfucker. Fuck you. Okay? That's bullshit. You don't fucking harass trans people at work. Yeah, you did. And I'm walking out and you're like, have a good night, sir? What the fuck is that? No, you don't fucking do this to trans people. This is discrimination. No, this is discrimination. I'm fucking done with it. No, I'm gonna talk to corporate about this. You don't harass trans people. Hey, you know, it's one of the stupid things when you're catching Karens.
I didn't even say nothing.
You called me sir, and you're talking shit, calling me sir on the way out. This is transphobic harassment. You're a fucking bigot at work. Alright, Alex, you know what? I can't wait to just... He admits twice calling me sir. No, he lied about the first one. No, you called me sir twice. Twice. Yeah, but you shouldn't be fucking harassing people with slurs. It's a slur. Do you not understand? It's like if you call the person of color the N-word. Don't fucking... You did on the way out. I don't care. I have the right to be pissed about it. You fucking did.
I said I'll lock the door.
You fucking did, you liar. And I'm gonna hold you accountable. Cis people need to be held accountable for how they treat trans people. And I'm not gonna put up with this shit anymore.
You're crazy, bro.
You're a fucking... Don't call me fucking bro. Stop fucking throwing slurs at me, you fucking piece of shit.
Have a good night, sis.
No, fuck you. I ain't your sis, I ain't your fucking bro. You don't even fucking know me. Oh, you want to flash gang signs at me?
Fuck you.
Alright. Yeah, fuck your ass. Oh, you want to talk about sucking dick now? Why is it that you fucking weird cis people are so obsessed with sex? You have fucking discrimination going on, and your brain goes to fucking dick sucking. Don't fucking call me sir. This is transphobia. Right here at the Popeyes. Yeah, you know, you ever heard blasphemy, motherfucker. Fuck you.
So what do you guys think of that one?
She heavily overreacted. I think the problem here was that the person probably heard her voice before seeing her and said, "Sir, that happens to me at times." The person gets more flustered than I do because if you hear a man's voice and then you look up and the person has titties, you're gonna be like, sorry? I don't understand when people overreact like that. It's really uncalled for. Just if someone misgenders you, just be like, "No, it's ma'am," and then leave it at that.
Yeah, that's fair. Because it does happen a lot, and I can see where this is coming from too. It's like everyone gets upset over petty issues, like, and I do agree. Like, if you want to, you can correct them and say, "Hey, I prefer to be called this."
I mean, don't even make it that much of a big deal. It's easily just in my experience, all I really just do is if someone calls me sir, and it's usually before they see me,
Yeah.
I'll just be like, "Oh no, it's ma'am actually," and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's that easy. Don't make it such a big deal to be like, "You called me sir, da 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 da. You're the devil, da 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 da."
Is it that difficult to be that fucking polite about it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Well, I mean, a lot of trans people
Just be respected. Just try to be, respectable.
A lot of trans people, no offense, I love my trans brothers and sisters, but a lot of times we're very insecure about it because in our eyes, no matter how transitioned we look, we don't feel that way. If that makes any sense. So to us, when someone calls us a sir, it's like, oh God, do I look like a man? Do people know? They don't.
Yeah.
Most people don't even really care. So the thing is, it's really just. Well, I'm saying most people really don't care in the sense of it's a more internalized thing. People aren't really staring at you like, oh my God, that's a man. Most people don't notice. Usually, they don't notice. It's a thing of really, you just need to understand that if someone calls you sir, it's usually just a mistake. Don't really get so angry at it. There's a difference between if they say it like once, like, oh, hello, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Or if they're like actually doing it on purpose of like, this is a sir, this is a man. Can you see that dude over there?
And I'm pretty sure they got that whole. They always do that question with you about the meme question. Do they always do that to you?
Not. I barely got it because again, I have to put that up to the fact that I transitioned young, so
yeah,
I don't really have any masculine features, so it's hard to be like, you look like a guy sometimes. I don't. So I don't really get it that often. But I have friends who have transitioned a little bit older where like I get it, they get it now and then, but it's really just a thing of ignore them.
Well, that's fair.
And just go about your day. Because the thing is, it causes more backlash on us if we overreact than it would for them.
Yeah.
So it's better just keep your cool head and just like move on.
Yeah, because you don't know if the person's dangerous or not. Like, because the guy was like throwing up gang signs. And everything. I'm just like, what the hell is this shit on Popeyes? Like, I'm gonna be doing.
I didn't notice that some people are really overreacting over the fact that people are calling them dudes.
Yeah.
It because of the whole how dude is supposedly not gender neutral. But then but then you think about that one song from Good Burger, I'm a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes.
Maybe I'm just weird because I live in California, but dude has always been a gender neutral term, so I don't understand why anyone would get mad at that.
Right. It's not even man.
It's a very old one too.
It's hard to say even man because man, you could say any.
I mean, I have friends who are just like, I don't like it when people say hey guys, and I'm like, I don't understand why you have such a heavy opinion of that, because when someone says hey guys, yeah, I understand that it's like, oh, you're addressing all the men in the room, but no, it really just means hey everyone. That's all hey guys means. It's not a big deal.
It's a brotherly love term, you know.
Yeah, that's the same. The same could apply to hey, what's up, dudes? Hey, lads, how's it going?
I mean, I think people in the LGBTQ community really need to understand that language for people who aren't, let's say, gay or trans is different for people who are gay or trans. In the LGBTQ community, people will say, what's up, sis? What's up, girl? What's up, mama? If you talk like that to a straight guy, no offense, they're going to be like, huh? What? Why are you calling me sis? It's just slang. Don't be so overreacted to it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like anyone that can get upset over something like that. Yeah, especially at a Popeye's chicken.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I just I made that joke of just calling her a Karen.
I mean, she kind of is a Karen. Not gonna front.
Like I even like.
Dude.
I even had a group chat said the words made up a parody song of Transformers. Just call it Trans Karen.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have said the same thing if I was taking shit from that particular trans woman. I would have said, dude, fuck off.
Yeah, and
My job's already shitty enough as it is. I don't want you motherfuckers screaming at me.
yeah, and go ahead.
I mean, as someone who worked at a Domino's, honestly, I understand how fast food workers are really treated. So really, just I'm not about to start beef with them because their job is pretty shitty as is. I don't need to give them more guff. Just move on with the rest of your day. Don't make their life worse.
Like she could just simply say, "Excuse me, sir, but I'm not a man," and that's it. Simple as that. Come on, you're both adults. Like she's an adult. You know, act like it. You don't have to go out crying like a baby.
I
either.
work in retail, and let me tell you, it's not fun. And I get people yelling at me, screaming at me. I even have like even my coworkers get yelled at. Like I hate seeing that happen to them.
No, I don't.
I mean, this goes into a discussion of people really need to have more respect for low level jobs and those low maintenance workers because they really are essential to our society, and we need to stop treating them like they're fodder.
I know, and there's some good people that I know, like especially in Taco Bell, like they're really good people. But I understand there's like other people, like for example McDonald's, like they screw up an order. I can't blame them because they always have problems.
I mean, this goes into me for this particular situation. I've dealt with situations like this before, and it's kind of like if the person is being more aggressive to you, just leave and go to a different Popeyes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't jump into it because, I mean, personally, I'm a homebody and I don't go out much. But when I do go out and, like, say I go to, like, hang out somewhere or, like, someone's flirting at me and I say no, it can become a very dangerous situation. Don't put that on yourself.
Yeah, I can understand.
If I had to sum it up, don't start shit and you won't get shit.
There is a theory that's going around that I heard about, and this theory is like a little bit more of the incel kind of thing. Like,
the trans cell thing.
Yeah, the trans incel theory. Like, is there like there's like the Stacys and the Beckys, and it's like the Beckys, like, or they can be called the Karens or something like that.
You mean the whole the Chads of the trans community, the Stacys of the trans community, and
there's the Stacys of the trans community thing.
I mean, just think of it more like this: every Chad, Stacy, Karen that you have in the main society is going to be mirrored in the trans community. But since we're such a small community, it's going to be more blaring to see them.
Yeah.
We're like 0.6% of the population.
Yeah.
So it's easier to see when you see one, you see one.
Yeah. Yeah, because I see them on Twitter. To be honest with you, they always complain about what was that one? Tinder. Like they always bitch about Tinder on Twitter.
If it's not Tinder, it's Bumble.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my thing. One, dating apps are trash.
Oh yes, I do agree with that. They are trash.
But also, I'm stupid because I'm about to say something really embarrassing. I went on Tinder and because I wanted to make friends. I was that innocent when I was 18.
That's fair.
Oh, God. Oh man, I understand that. I once went to Tinder and I liked someone's profile, and this guy was like, why did you like my profile?" I'm like, I don't know. I thought we'd be friends. What are you gay or something? No.
Dude, I used to be on Badoo besides Tinder because I tried my hand in finding a girlfriend, but let's be honest with ourselves, it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And Tinder was disgusting. Like all it's good for is hookups. That's it.
Oh yeah, it's totally disgusting. My problem with Tinder was mainly the fact that I would often be very forward with people about I'm trans, and I usually got the response of like either "ew, I don't fuck with dudes," and it's like, okay, I wasn't trying to fuck, I wanted to have a friend, Or it was this thing of, oh, you're trans. Can you be my sex toy?
Oh god.
It's like,
Bruh.
That's horrible.
You should have told them if they wanna go bang some fanboys, you might as well go to Bangkok.
I mean, that's not even the worst part. There's two situations that I really hated. One, there would always be middle-aged men trying to hit on me, and they'd be like, "You'll be my sugar baby," and I'm like, "No, thank you." And if I said no, thank you, they'd get aggressive. Or it's the guys who are like, "Hey," it's the guys who are like outwardly like, "I don't like trans women; they're men," and then jump in your DM and be like, "Can I date you? You're sexy," and it's like, "No, thank you. I don't like someone who thinks I'm trash in public." And it becomes this thing of like, oh, well, you're ugly, fucking stupid. I'll hunt you down and kill you.
Bruh.
Oh, yeah. I don't go to clubs for the main reason because I actually went to one once. Dude hit on me. It's like, no, sorry, sir. I'm trans. I don't think you'd probably be into that. I'm sorry if I'm assuming things, but you probably wouldn't be into that. And I got this thing of, he's like, if you don't say yes to me, I will choke you out. Okay, time to leave. That's the problem with being a trans woman. Of if I say no to someone, I can get assaulted because I'm a woman. But if I say yes to someone and they find out I'm trans and they don't like that, they can also still assault me.
Okay, so
Double
you're equivalent to a trans Stacy, that's for sure. You get hit on a lot.
I don't like it.
And yeah, and you're very outgoing too. By what you're telling me here, you're pretty outgoing.
Dude, there's something I remember. You know what's funny? There were some of the comments in Puerto Rico regarding trans people happened because they didn't ask if they were trans until it was too late.
I think that's a great stopping point. So,
dude, it's crazy. Like they just bone and then ask questions later.
Fine.
I mean, the philosophy is often for trans people. The philosophy is often, if I don't have to tell them, I won't because it's dangerous, just across the board. And the thing is, if they're like if they're fully transitioned, and I'm doing that like fully transitioned, and they have a vagina, then usually they're like, I'm not telling this person unless I'm dating them. If they're not fully transitioned, it's usually a thing of before you even leave the club with that dude, you should tell him that you're trans. At least because witnesses happens.
Yeah, because you don't know if that person's going to get upset with you or anything like that. Because I heard there was an incident that happened in California where a Marine practically killed a trans woman because he found out and didn't realize that the woman was a trans woman.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be an annoying situation to have to deal with. And I don't fault a lot of trans people for not telling someone because in our minds, it's a thing of, okay, they might kill me or I might get beat up. So if I can help not telling them, well.
Because you just want to tell them, hey, I'm a trans person. I don't want to. Like, I can understand that whole issue. Like, you have to be brutally honest with them and tell them, "Hey, I'm trans. I don't want to. I don't feel comfortable with you."
You know, this actually.
Oh no, you can go ahead.
There was something that reminds me. I have a friend in England who's transitioning herself. It took her quite a while, but her biggest fear was actually being that rejected by her family. And I told her, dude, it's gonna be fine. If your dad doesn't accept you as who you really are, well, that's on him. Honestly,
it's true.
I was one of the few where she came out to me as trans, and I was like, oh, that's right. Really? I mean, I'll be honest with you. Some trans women are actually more feminine than actual women themselves. If I had to be perfectly honest with you.
I mean, the entire ideal for us as trans women is I want to look as feminine as possible so no one notices. So often we go overboard.
Yeah.
and we become hyper feminine.
Yeah, and the irony is that real women are not as feminine as trans women. You know.
We get a lot of just disclaimer. We get a lot of plastic surgery and surgeries to, I don't want to say imitate, but to try to replicate femininity because hormones can't.
Yeah, I'm well aware that vaginoplasty, the painful process that happens afterwards, the silicone implants and so on.
A lot of trans women who transition in their 20s to like 30s usually get a lot more surgery than people who transition younger, because when you transition younger, the hormones take better effect. It's usually when you transition around like 25 where it's like, okay, my cheeks aren't going to get rounder, my face is pretty already masculine, I can't change that, so now I have to do all the surgeries to change it.
There was now that I think about it, there is something that I found interesting. Apparently, you can reduce the size of your Adam sample as well. That is one of the operations I heard that you can go through if you're a trans woman.
You can do tracheal shave. So tracheal shave is just shaving down the bone or bump in your neck to just make it look like nothing. And a lot of that really just happens during puberty. So if you didn't go through male puberty, or you're a late bloomer like I was, then you don't really have that bump there. So it's not a big deal. But some of the surgeries are wild that you can get. Some people get their neck shrunken. Some people get their cheeks filled with silicone. Some people get their entire face redone. Crazy. It's crazy expensive, actually. So that's not just in California. That's across the board for trans women. In California alone, though, you can get charged up to $50,000 for a vaginoplasty, $20,000 to get your face done, $2,000 for 2 treatments of silicone in your cheeks, get your lips done for like $2,000, get your tits done for, $75K, get your ass done for $100K. Being trans is maintenance and it's expensive. So there's 2 ways people transition. It's the medical way of, personally, I went through the medical way of, I was a child, I told them I was trans, they're like, okay, then your insurance is going to cover it. Then a lot of older people don't have that opportunity, so they have to pay for it by informed consent of going to like a what is it called? Planned Parenthood. They have to go to Planned Parenthood and get hormones. They have to go through Planned Parenthood to get their face done. It may reduce the cost, but people will still end up paying about $200,000 on their body.
I mean, Planned Parenthood, the same Planned Parenthood who wanted to wipe out black people originally, because that was originally what Planned Parenthood was about.
Yeah, it was. Birth control was originally made to stop the production of black babies because they saw them as vermin. But let's not talk about that.
Yeah. And if you say that, you're a racist, apparently.
I mean, my thing here is no one is racist for pointing out those ideals or those truths. You're racist is when you take them and you use them to harm people. My mom used to have this saying of like, whatever first thought pops into your head is what society taught you. Whatever second thought is what you're responsible for.
Like, for example, if someone mentioned Puerto Rican, the first thing that would come is either a gangbanger or a drug dealer. Like that is literally the first 2 things that come to mind. At least, or you have or they're gonna fuck, or they're gonna, how should I say this? Or they're gonna jack you. In other words, they're gonna rob you with a Puerto Rican credit card or a 9mm gun. I mean, that I mean that joke about the Puerto Rican credit card was spot on. When I saw any drunk together. Holy shit, man! You were saying so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I like to hear about you guys' stories about Puerto Rico. I've never been to Puerto Rico, but I have tons of family there. So it's kind of this thing of like, ew.
I can tell you about Puerto Rico. There's San Juan, and there's Bayamon, and Bayamon's kind of like in certain areas.
It's the Detroit of Puerto Rico, basically. Bayamon is the Detroit of Puerto Rico. You can't go in there unless you have a bulletproof jacket.
Yeah.
And yes, that is in fact a joke and a fact, because a lot of the places in Bayamon are projects.
Yeah.
I've been there several times to know that Llorens is one of the worst places to be there. Besides La Perla in San Juan.
Yeah. And it's not and it used to be really clean back in the days, but now it's like the drug game and everything kind of changed it.
Like a lot of the murders that happen, yeah, usually from the metro area. Usually.
Because back then it used to be really nice. And I used to remember living there, and it was never that bad until the drugs kind of ruined it. Like, drug dealing kind of ruined everything. It changed it really badly. Like, a lot of people are into the reggaeton, and they like to smoke the marijuana.
They're more into trap music nowadays.
Oh, really? Like Bad Bunny?
And if it's not trap...
Ew, Bad Baby.
No, it's Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny.
Oh.
Bad Bunny. Also known as that one overglorified junkie who speaks mumble.
Oh my god. Bad Bunny, I remember hearing on the radio he's been doing a lot of political soapboxing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Especially during the protests in July 2020. Oh, wait, 2019. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm like, motherfucker, are you what the of course he's fucking well. Of course he started shouting, oh, fuck Donald Trump, because his homie Rene Presidente Calle 13 has been woke for a long ass time. I mean, he ain't even from the hood. This dude's mother is a known actress named how should I say this? Olga, who, oh shit, I forgot her name, but I know his mother. I know Rene's mother is actually a famous actress in Puerto Rico.
Olga Ortiz.
Now, in the case of Bad Bunny, yeah, the guy, I can't take a man who takes his pictures in an Ahegal facial position seriously.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's also the fact that that in certain areas of Puerto Rico you can go to that are safe, but there's certain areas of Puerto Rico you don't want to go to.
In the case of my region,
yeah,
don't go to don't go to any of those caseríos, or they're known as projects over there.
Yeah,
they're in my region. I would say the worst place in my hometown in Barcelona is where my brother lives, which is near the cemetery. That place gets that place has gotten so bad that he and his family had to show up here to stay the night, because these people start shooting each other because of the drug war.
Yeah, because it gets really hectic. Like, it's really bad out there. The cops can't do anything except maybe show up and beat up a few people. That's it. That's all they can do.
Oh, and you know what's the most recent incident that made the nationwide news was?
What?
Oh, they found Keishla's body in the Teodoro Moscoso Bridge in the metro area.
Oh.
The chick who disappeared, I told you a while ago.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Like, that was last Sunday. Jesus. And I thought, when a couple of my friends sent me the pictures, I told them they can't be her. Like, what the fuck? And yeah, they have confirmed, and I called it. Believe it or not, I actually called it to my stepdad.
They found
They found the body. Yeah, and
Yeah.
when they and it's a well-known fact that if you are crying outside the corner, you know that's yours. You know damn well that it was her.
Yeah, and I felt bad. Like the lady had a baby, and the guy killed her for no apparent reason because of the fact, oh, I'm married to this other woman, and if they find out, she's gonna divorce me. Like, motherfucker.
Oh no, you did that insane to do was a fucking famous boxer. He's about to become the Whopper's bitch. No, that's a guy that my nephew knows. He is a correctional guard, to say the least.
Oh.
Yeah. He actually gets to see a lot of these motherfuckers in person. He saw Jameson Molina. He saw the guy, the nut jobs who did all these massacres.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he works at Bayamon in the processing area where they send him in person.
Yeah, that place has always been busy. But it's like in certain areas, like there's the beaches, there's Saba. That's like a lot of people assume that Saba's like the richest area, but the real truth is they all work their asses off to get there.
I always thought it was Dorado because I've been to Dorado more than once.
Yeah,
and some of these people have hella money.
Yeah,
like go to the beach area, and you're gonna see nothing but hotels, and if no, and hotels and giant.
Some of them went to
suburbs.
School. Some of them went to school. Like they literally, like I know one of my uncles used to be the governor, but he because the way yeah, he was one of the governors. Like he was one of the governors and retired. He left politics after that.
Wait. What party? Wait. How? What do you mean he was one of the governors of Puerto Rico? Don't you mean mayor or something like that?
Mayor. Yeah, he was like, I think he was like one of the mayors of the town. And he, like, I went to his house one time, and it almost looked like the house from Commando. Like you seen like the freaking like pool and everything, like and all the
like one of those drug dealer houses.
Yeah, it felt like that. But it was really, but I never went to inside, but outside it looked like it. But he left that thing too.
I personally know the current mayor, besides the previous mayor in Barcelona, and their houses are actually not too far apart. Believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Her mother lives not too far from Sol Luis's old house before he moved to Florida to serve the 10 additional years that he has to serve because of a bad business deal with an engineer.
Oh.
Yeah, Duke got fucked over, and the feds came after him back in 20. I would say 2007 or so.
Jesus.
I know it was like 15 years ago. There was also the fact that I know where they live. Like I actually know where they live. They actually live not too far from the Giorgetti Park and the convention center.
Yeah, and and you won't believe what this is my let me see if I'll show you. Like
I hope we're not boring you.
Nah, I'm sorry if we're like a lot of the stuff that we bring up about Puerto Rico. It's kind of weird.
No, you're not.
I do find it interesting, but I have to go because I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
That's
So,
fair.
all right. Thank you.
But my
Later, man.
But right now my
Yeah, see you
uncle
guys.
retired and now he's living in Florida for some weird reason.
Oh,
Florida is basically Puerto Rico 2.0.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, you see
or
me?
Australia and America.
No. Australia is basically the Florida of England.
Yeah.
Let's be honest with ourselves. It's the Florida of England, except that it's actually a lot more hectic compared to Florida.
Yeah.
Like everything's gonna fucking kill you. If it's not the sharks, if it's not, I know, they're not the sharks. If it's not the snakes, if it's not the spider, it's going to be a gang of Lebanese motherfuckers who are about to stab you.
Pretty much. Yeah, and Puerto Rico does have its issues too. Like we still have like the old like even though we do have cable and internet, but it still has its problems.
Yeah, it's fucking shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm paying for 10 megs for like 44 bucks for like really crappy internet connection.
Yeah.
10 megs.
Are you guys? Do you guys want Puerto Rico to become a state?
Personally, no, I don't think it would be. A lot of people would say that.
We are in so much debt right now, and I don't think trying to make Puerto Rico into a state would help that problem.
Yeah, because
dude, we can't even pay the massive debt we have with the mainland, let alone trying to become a state without invoking the Tennessee plan.
Well, so the thing is, a lot of people were bringing up the fact that Hawaii was in a similar situation. My husband's native Hawaiian, by the way, just random fact. But Hawaii was in a similar position to what Puerto Rico is now. And after it became a state, all its debt was erased. And the fact that you can't hold on to debt for the territory of Puerto Rico if it is no longer the territory of Puerto Rico. It is now the state of Puerto Rico. And a lot of people are asking, okay, if we do that instead, would that help out Puerto Rico? It can make better deals with other states like California and Texas to get better energy, better internet, better infrastructure. Is that something people want? But the only discount really is now you don't really have your autonomy. You're now part of the conglomerate that is America.
Yeah, you're part of the union, and you have you had to deal with all the bullshit that comes with it. Like, for example, you gotta pay a ton of state taxes.
Well, the thing is, certain states don't pay a lot of taxes because they don't have high revenue coming in. The highest state tax you're really going to pay is like up East Coast, like Connecticut or like Texas and California. Yeah. Texas and California kind of run. No, I don't want to like be judgy here, but Texas and California kind of run the United States.
Yeah, and this is more of a personal thing. Puerto Rico is mostly liberal. I mean, I am not a conservative either. I am homeless, politically speaking. I am homeless, but the thing is, Puerto Rico doesn't have exactly a proper quote unquote right wing party. Like most of the people in there are either allied with the Democrats or they are right of center regarding Republicans. Yeah. So basically, Puerto Rico is essentially a blue state. So a lot of issues would end up being how should I say this? It's a bit I would say it's a bit complicated on that area.
The American political landscape is kind of confusing because our Democrats are basically moderate candidates in most every other country. Yeah. So
and then there's the batshit progressives who pretty much solely the Democrats.
I mean, personally, I'm a progressive. I don't agree with everything the progressives do. But the thing is, I feel like there needs to be more room for nuance, and there needs to be a plan. Because right now, everybody's kind of just screaming into the void.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
not
Yeah,
helping.
they gone full tribalist. Either you're with us or you're against us.
yeah, and we're willing to talk to people. It's just the thing is they have to really be good at convincing people on the issue. Like, what can be done about it? What are you planning to
And
do?
and there's something I gotta say. Alexandria Ocasio Cortez does not represent me. Frankly, she does not. I
mean,
want
she shouldn't represent you. She's not. I don't like it when people try to make. Not you personally. It's more of the
No,
thing
no.
of like I don't like it when politicians try to make themselves like this painting like head of everybody who is liberal, which I don't feel like she's doing. I think mostly the Progressive Party is using her as a figurehead. I don't like it when we try to make figureheads like that. It's not appropriate. She is the representative for a certain section of New York, and she should stay that. You know, I can agree with her, but she shouldn't represent my values because I live in California.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand. And it's like it's kind of like telling. It's kind of like I don't
All
want.
right. Good night, everybody.
All right, you take
Good
care
night.
too.
See ya.
But to me, the whole situation with the politics is that it got to the point where people are getting divided on these issues, and it's like I can see where Noralities is coming from. Like, I can understand her point of view, but at the same time, it's like she kind of uses these things to antidote her own issues.
I feel like, no offense to her, I think she's a lovely person. I don't feel like she took a debate class.
Yeah,
She didn't learn that structure that helps round everything together.
Yeah.
I can't debate for shit either. I mean, all I do is talk. I mean, at least we're having a good conversation.
Yeah, because
I'm
there's
not-
a lot of things that I'm not gonna try to cancel her or anything or make fun of her, but I can understand when you point out that she's also trans, right?
I'm not sure that she's trans. I've heard someone talk about that she might be, but I have no idea.
Or gender fluid, as they call it.
Yeah.
I would say ambiguous.
Yeah.
But yeah, gender fluid. Gender fluid would be more like one day you feel like a man, and then another day you feel like a woman.
Gender fluid, ambiguous, really fall under the umbrella of non-binary. So most people just say non-binary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't really know very well, and the thing is, I try my best to figure out why she wants to talk about these issues. And I can understand she uses this as a way to talk about her issues with animes, and as I can see right here, she has a lot of issues.
Toaster, I want to say that at least you're not saying like this progressive I know from I work with in from Arizona. I appreciate that. I honestly do is a progressive, and he's the kind of guy who ended up being a straight up tribalist. And I told him, "Oh, dude, for fuck's sake, just get it over with."
I mean,
I ended up arguing with him more than once on several issues.
My parents are older than the norm. My parents had me when they were in their like 40s to 50s. So I had these like very old conservatively social but very politically liberal parents from the South who are black.
Yeah.
And they taught me that you really need to have this air of everything is a shade of gray, nothing is black and white. So you need to see basically everything like that. My mom really taught us that there are two sides. She said there are three sides to every story. There's your side, their side, and the truth. And you need to really understand that. She said it more like it's their truth, your truth, and the actual truth.
Yeah.
And you really need to understand that these varying things add up. And I can't discount the feeling of conservatives because there's truth to what they're talking about. That being said, I can't discount my own beliefs just because of that.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and there's some truth to what you're saying there too. Because
I mean, all this considered cringe is cringe, no matter where it comes from.
And there's also two sides of the story.
I mean, I just see things as I understand where she's coming from because I hear several people make the same points. I just don't think she has the facets or the material she needs to put it into a very very elegantly or very what's the word?
She sounds very condescending about it.
And very awkward to me.
To me, it's not even the condescension that I hear from her. I hear more the fact that she thought all of this through, but the delivery didn't come out the way she wanted it to. And because of that, it comes out sounding condescending.
Yeah.
I think she tried to come from this air of like, I understand, guys. I understand you guys won't agree with me, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, she didn't add in the necessary steps she needed to help portray that. So it just feels like she's coming off in the sense of an art teacher who looks at a kid's art and is like, that's creative, but in a condescending way.
Yeah, I knew a teacher like that. She was more of the belief of work. That's what she was. She believed in the harsh, like, she's a harsh critic of work.
Honestly, I lucked out. A lot of my art teachers were bros.
Yeah,
I lucked out.
But I had a.
I know how to draw very good, so it helps.
Yeah, because I had a hard. I remember encountering one art teacher that was very harsh. Like, she said, "Do it again. Do it again. Do it again."
One of my graphic design teachers was in fact not very fond of Japanese animation. He was not exactly a fan of anime, and he just kind of as not being art. But I told him, dude, well, you're not gonna it's art.
I know a art teacher who was like that. My education was weird, if I'm gonna be honest. To get out
and then there's the fact that he couldn't stand the fact that all I did was draw cars. I'm like, dude, I was if I hadn't kept my cool, I would have just told him to fuck off my face. But I had to be professional about it. I mean, honestly, I told him I could do other things too. The thing is, I'm not that good at them.
Go ahead.
I mean, if you're gonna be at my face about it, because I know him and some other woman in a waiting room had done just that. Thankfully, I kept my calm and my cool. Otherwise, there would have been an incident involving me hitting them both in the face with a notebook.
Ooh.
Thankfully, it didn't come to that.
I had a math teacher who was kind of infuriating like that, and I just got up and left the room. But overall, my education was kind of weird because I had to go through a debate, law, sociology, and then econology classes to graduate. I also had to take computer science, animation, and graphics design as a requirement.
You know what's ironic? I took sociology in high school, and at first I didn't like the teacher. But then the more we talked, the more we bonded. We understand that we actually had a couple of things in common. I mean, back in high school, I was okay. I do have to admit, I was more liberal leaning. I still am in certain issues, but I was like really liberal at the time. And I ended up, I often disagree with the man because he was a conservative Christian. But then the more we talked, the more we became friends. Well, things changed. Things changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
I've always had conservative friends, so my mindset has always been very, I'm not going to lean towards the middle. I'm not going to like throw away my own values just to hang out with them. But it's more of a thing of, I'm more open-minded to what they have to say.
That's fair.
Because they live here too. I can't just be like, I'm right and you're wrong and that's just how it is. No, you live in this country too. You should have a voice.
Yeah, because a lot of people deserve their own, deserve their own freedoms to do what they wish to do, and I'm not gonna try to dictate to them what they want to do. Like, they got to do that themselves. They can decide for themselves what they do. They're adults.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my education wasn't that great, to be honest with you. This high school, like, my high school experience was basically stuck in a cubicle. That was basically what my high school experience was.
Stuck in a cubicle. Let me guess. A lot of teachers bombarding you with a lot of bullshit about how you had to be how you have to look down on people who don't go to college, and so on.
No, they basically told me my behavior was a problem to them. That's
Dude, I knew an English teacher who told me that. She said I was snotty.
Like, yeah, because my behavior was so bad. Like, I barely learned anything from school. Like, that was
I only
how
went
bad.
to I only went to school for 2 days a week, and my teachers would often tell me, like, "Can you stop making us sound dumb?" And I'm like, "Oh God, I'm sorry."
Well,
I would say I'm a weird child. When I was a kid, I used to read the dictionary and the thesaurus for fun,
Yeah.
and I just love learning. So I would often just be like, "I know the answer," as that kid.
Yeah.
You were a kiss ass. I used to be a kiss ass too, dude. I used to.
It
Dude,
wasn't that I was a kiss ass. It was the problem was I was like an opposite of a kiss ass, but in a way I was a kiss ass. I was more of like I know the answer teacher, but let me go more in depth and make you look stupid.
Yeah. And my family bought an encyclopedia, and I used to remember reading like the NASA like stories, like the slingshot theory.
Dude, I used to read a lot of geography books.
Yeah, especially the National Geographic books. Like,
I didn't have Nat Geo as much as I used to have Encyclopedia Britannica and all these other old dictionaries from like before I was even born.
Yeah, and the only thing here's the weird thing was, I was illiterate. That was the weird thing about it. Like,
I was great at English, but I can't spell for shit.
Oh, you think that's bad? I fucking suck at math to the point I would say fuck this shit and leave the classroom whenever there was an exam.
Yeah.
For the most part. I am not kidding. I have failed more math teachers than anyone else on my classroom.
Yeah, but the weird thing was that even though all those things I learned how to read, and I did learn to, like, I was more interested in history than freaking like other topics. Like, there especially math was difficult, but even writing was difficult too. Like, I was just having a hard time figuring out how to write things.
This is it. I was more interested in English and then mathematics and social studies as well.
Yeah, social studies was was good for me too. Like, I can do that. Science, somewhat, I could do that too. But
science definitely, especially biology.
Yeah, biology, but there was also chemistry. But the sad part is that they didn't want me in chemistry.
Dude, I was bad at chemistry. Like, nothing could get in my head regarding chemistry.
The weird thing is, like, you can make if anything, if you read like the instructions, like the anarchist cookbook, for example, like, there's like simple like household ways you can make explosives out of household products.
I don't want to talk about my chemistry and physics classes because they were fucking crazy. We made what was it? I think they made Syrian gas by accident.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, like, we made it in the lab, and the teacher was like, "You guys did this again?" I was a first year at the point, and they're like, And I'm just sitting here like, they made this before?
Yeah. There's also the nerve gas one where you can easily just use Clorox and ammonia. That's sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
There's also
No.
you can take
FBI, please don't look for us.
Yeah.
We have you have worse shit to do. How should I say this? You have worse shit to investigate than a couple of people talking about how to make certain chemical weapons.
Yeah.
I mean, for my senior year, I accidentally made a nerve agent using you know that like that's magnet sand.
Yeah.
Like you can like use it in your hands. You can squish it and it'll go back to your regular form.
Yeah. The putty.
So we like added it to like water, bleach, and then something else I'm not gonna add because I don't want to get in trouble. But we used that, and then somebody stuck their hand in it, and their hand went numb, and they couldn't get it back together. We had to take them to the hospital, and they're like, "You guys made a nerve agent." We're like,
was the damage permanent?
Probably.
Dude, it was his fault. I'm sorry, but it was his fault.
My high school had a police counter so I went to a predominantly white school, and they had a police counter because someone would always get the police called them every day for a different reason. Somebody had a knife, someone had, like ammo in their backpack, someone was selling weed, someone was doing something. It was crazy.
Yeah, we had people. Oh shit, Boogie currently has a warrant out for his arrest in Washington County, Arkansas, for aggravated assault.
Hold up. As in, Boogie, Fat Boogie. As in, that Boogie.
Yeah.
Damn!
Wow. I'm surprised. Like, this happened on May 7th.
Bruh.
I don't know how he can pull that off. Like, what did he do?
I wouldn't be surprised if someone in my class had a warrant out for their arrest.
I knew someone who went with me in middle school.
Jesus, they went and checked his background. Apparently, he had a criminal history. Jesus.
Damn, son. So Boogie 1488 actually did do it. Jesus.
No. He's aggravated assault.
Aggravated assault.
$5,000 bond. No fucking way, Link. It's like someone's like posting this. I don't know if this is real or just fake.
That's crazy, man. I mean, the guy comes off like this centrist cuckold. But I didn't realize he would go that far. Like, no. I'm not saying centrists are Spanish cowards. They're not. I'm just saying Boogie is a Spanish coward. Yo! Oh shit! It's real.
Yeah.
No way. Damn.
Oh, it's Ralph. Oh, I hate Ralph.
It says here something weird. Oh, I can't see it. Yeah.
Ralph, I hate him.
No, the Boogie thing. Holy shit.
No, it's Ralph. Ralph had to report this.
Oh, at least I'll be honest with you, that is pretty cool.
It's Ralph. He got his ass kicked by Digibro's friends. Like I showed that video. Like he got his ass kicked by Digibro's friends.
Damn.
That whole video, like Ralph retort, Ethan Ralph, he got his ass kicked by his friends. I'm not joking. I got the video of it.
Man, people are still with the. Oh wait, I can't see it because. Oh yeah, I forgot. I used my Twitter. Never mind.
Yeah. Damn. Why they use this 8-year-old photo of me?
Lisa is about to check out.
Yeah. Like they're bringing up his like criminal thing, like aggravated assault.
Man, it's been a while since I've been used to looking good, Lisa.
By the way.
Yeah, it might be fake. I hope it's fake because I don't believe that. But Boogie said, let me look here. Damn, why did they use this 8-year-old photo of me? Yeah, like that's another one. Like like Boogie's even saying this.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'll show you guys, ladies and gentlemen. I'll show you. Like, this is what's going on.
Damn, Francis, is this real though? Like, damn. Okay.
Yeah, it's Gator.
Damn, why did they use this? You're full of me.
Yeah. Damn, why did they use an 8-year-old photo of me? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
450 pounds.
Yeah, that was back then.
This motherfucker thick.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that's how bad it is. Like, I don't believe Boogie was like I don't think Boogie did this.
Dude.
But he did.
Of course, it was Frank Castle who went to him. The man is pretty much always starting shit with him.
Yeah, and this is what I'm worried about Noralities. I'm gonna go back on topic. Noralities, I guess she does have her issues, and she does make some good points, but bringing up a lot of those issues, I don't think I'm just gonna cut this off because I'm gonna say it right now. I think I don't want to see her like, she's doing pretty well for herself as a YouTuber. I think her video essays are okay. I'm not saying that all, but some of it's just like there's ups and downs to it. And the problem with her is, and even examining this whole issue with her and analyzing the issues with a lot of you guys that helped me on this, because I just wanted to understand her point of view, and I could see that her point of view came from the perspective of the Tumblr perspective, because the Tumblr perspective is crazy. Like, I hate to say it, the Tumblr crowd can be a little bit toxic too, and I'm being brutally honest in certain aspects. But I think Noralities has good intentions with this videos, but at the same time, you know, there's honestly disagreements with her video, and I honestly disagreed with some of her points. Some of her points are okay, some of her points are not okay, and I think she probably needs to I think she probably needs to get a friend to help her, a good friend, someone that can help her with what she needs to do. I don't know if she has any friends, but she definitely needs a friend to help her with this video stuff.
She probably just needs to have a section of her video where it plays devil's advocate.
Yeah.
It would help her assure of things more. I would have liked with this video that she talked to the community that she was calling out a little more, like trying to get their side of their sides of things, what their point of view is. Because it helps contrast.
Yeah, and I remember, what's her name? I watched a video by Natalie X Hunter. She actually made a good point. Like, she actually brought up other videos that brought up the issue about her, about Norelia's videos. There was one in particular video that was about a gay Shota guy. I forgot his name. And he brought up, and she linked the video down below, and she basically brought up the fact that most of the Shota and lolly community do not like the pedophiles in that community. The actual pedophiles. That's a weird surprise about that.
Well, yeah, because Lolita and Shouta are different from Lolicon and Shoutacon. Shoutacon and LolitaCon are kind of more like the old brony dudes who kind of sexualize Shoutas and Lolis, while Loli and Shouta are more like a style. It's more
Yeah.
like cutesy, bubbly,
Yeah.
very pastel.
Yeah, and I actually showed that styles, like the kawaii style of like Lolita.
You mean you mean Moi? Oh wait, no, no,
Lolita.
Moi.
Yeah. But the weird thing was like the reason why some of them do that, like they do the art is a coping mechanism, I found out. Like some of them do it for coping because this is according to the video. Like they do it as a coping mechanism towards their past abuse, sexual abuse when they were children, which was kind of was shocking to find out. Like I guess that is the reason why they're into the Shota and Lolita thing, because it's kind of like they're it's a coping mechanism.
It's seen as taking back your childhood.
Yeah.
I mean,
That is what.
I can't not say that's why I do the more QT style personally, because I want to take back my childhood from someone who abused me as a child. It's a thing of really, the reasons why people do it are varying, but there's that underlying root of where it really comes from.
Yeah.
So when you see these people, when you have this community that does sexualize Lolitas and Shoutas, you get this era of, I don't want to be compared to them, but there's this unnecessary link between the two. One are doing it because they're trying to take back their childhood. The other one is doing it because they're the abuser in the sense.
Yeah. And they don't like the abusers. There's the ones that do it as a coping mechanism, and it's like, yeah, I'll leave you alone and let you live in your own reality or fantasy or whatever the heck you're dealing with. But it's like, to me, I think she's doing this to basically try to let out her frustrations and everything in this video, because you could tell when she gets emotional.
I personally think that she should have done a little more research and made the distinction between Lolita and Shouta versus Lolita Khan and Shouta Khan.
Yeah.
She should have made that distinction, because then there wouldn't be so many people hating on her.
I know, and she's getting a lot of hate for that reason, because some of it, like one person pointed out, there's a lot of misinformation that she's putting into the video, and they pointed out some of the misinformation, the misconceptions that were made in that video.
Because naturally, I feel like people just in general take Lolita and Lolita Khan or Lolicons and put them together, and they're not the same thing.
Yeah, because the thing about it was that this guy was a gay Shota Khan, and I was like laughing and going like, okay. And he made some points about the community and everything and why they do this, and it's like, okay, yeah, you but you realize they're not really a threat to anyone. They just want to enjoy their little whatever the heck they deal with.
It's really just a Shouta and Lolita at their very basis are really just cutesy prepubescent style of how like children are very bubbly, pink, cotton candy, cute, soft baby face kind of thing.
Purple hair and so on in some cases.
Yeah.
Very short of I can't really tell about that shit.
It's like, but it's like, you know, I'm not into that stuff. I'm more into the mecha I'm more into the mecha animes than anything. But I understand that but I do tend to watch a few like fantasy or sci-fi or anything that's really like romance sometimes too. Like if it's a really good anime, I'll probably watch it. Depending on if it's a bad anime, yeah, I could watch it too.
Mm, I I have. I will say my least favorite genre is the romance genre
Mm,
personally,
yeah.
regarding anime. But I'm more to comedy myself.
Yeah, comedy's pretty good too. Like there's a lot of animes that tend to do the comedy thing pretty well.
Like Nichijou, Konosuba, uh, let's see, Infernal Cop.
I was
Although
more I was
Infernal Cop is more of a budget shit plus from Trigger more than anything else.
yeah, there's an anime that I liked that was like called DMC.
Oh, DMC. What was it about? Well, if it's the Devil May Cry anime, hell no.
Okay.
That show was a shit show.
So okay, apparently Lisa is confirming that it might be real.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so the thing about it is like I think Noralities tends to go off the deep end on certain aspects of it, but at the same time, I'm not going to try to, cancel her over this. It's just a lot of people will disagree with her. Let's face that fact. Like there's some people that will disagree with her, and already several people made videos about her and talking about those issues, about what they feel about what was wrong with the whole thing of her argumentation, and how they feel that most of her argumentation is in the wrong approach.
I just think she just needs to have a little more research done into the
Yeah.
topics that she's doing, and she should really dedicate a part of her video, especially in like the beginning, to say, okay, let's get a few things out of the way. I'm not talking about Lolitas. I'm not talking about Shoutas. I'm talking about Lolicons and Shoutacons. I'm talking about the people who sexualize them. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about the people who just do it as like a style, or that's their art style, or that's just who they are. I'm
Yeah.
not talking about those people.
Yeah.
Because she didn't make that distinction, and everybody was just kind of like, okay, you're comparing me to a pedophile. Don't.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
and she basically brings up like Rioni Kenshin, people getting upset with Rioni Kenshin being a live action movie, and they're talking about the live action movie. Like I didn't even know until she brought it up, and I found out about it because I was like, okay, that's fine. And I felt like, you know what? You're upset with the fact that Rioni Kenshin's creator was doing something wrong. Yes, I agree, but at the same time, you don't have to watch the movie. You don't have to support the anime anymore. If you feel that that was the issue, then you need to understand that you don't have to support it anymore. If you feel that the creator was like, and they're still bringing out the anime, they're still bringing out the DVDs, they're still bringing out the Blu-rays, but you don't have to support it if you feel that the creator of the show was doing something wrong. And
if she really wanted to do something, she could have had a push for, let's support the animators and everybody else except Aroni Kenshin. Let's
Yeah.
funnel our money to those people.
That's not the creator. That's not the creator of Chronic Kenshin.
Yeah, because it's not the animators and the studio runners and the voice actors. It's not their fault that he's a creep.
Yeah.
They should get punished for that.
Yeah.
You know, there was something similar to this, but it was more related to the Western animation scene. John Kay, the guy who created Ren Stimpy, and his the fact that the man was a pedophile. Like, you can support the series if you're a fan of Ren and Stimpy, but the creator himself, you have the right to denounce him if you want.
Yep, it's real.
I just think my main principle is separate the art from the artist, because usually there is several people working on this single project, and it's not fair for me to not uplift and help those people who really created something beautiful just because one of them is a creep. It's not fair to everybody else.
On a political spectrum, I'm gonna confess. Are you aware about this Chinese RPG game called Genshin Impact?
Chinese games. So my thing with Chinese games is more of a there needs to be more transparency on what actually is going on.
Yeah, especially considering the censorship.
But then again, I can't say there needs to be more transparency for Chinese game when the American government has almost no transparency on most things we do. So it's kind of like this thing of I have to call out my own government before I can really be like, hey, China, get your shit together. We all need to get our shit together. Is really the thing here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a.
Yeah,
See,
it's real.
you got the boycotts, and because it's a Chinese game, and obviously,
yeah. Lisa confirmed. Lisa confirmed it's real. So
it's conflicted. I don't like the CCP, but I've been playing a Chinese role playing game because I think the people who make this game are actually pretty fucking good. Like Miyoyo actually did a very good job at this game.
Yeah. So, ladies and
the
gentlemen,
the problem is the people in the communists. Here's the thing. And this is from a YouTube blogger known as Serpent City, who said it best. The Chinese Communist Party is not the Chinese people. And they are not the Chinese people regarding the Communist Party. So, I'm going to play my Chinese RPG game in peace. But I'm still gonna be denying the fact that there's a fucking genocide on Xinjiang. So
I got an update on Boogie. It turns out it's real.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's confirmed. It's on the website on the WashingtonCounty.gov government department of Washington County, Arkansas. Yeah, they have a warrant for his arrest on the 5th of May 7th, 2021 for aggravated assault. And the bond is $5,000.
Oh my
He finally snapped. All these years of the man in repressing his childhood memories because his mother was a complete piece of shit to him. And I understand his mother was a piece of shit to him. He finally snapped and actually decided to wail on someone because he's usually seen as this spineless coward.
Yeah, and I feel bad for him because really he was a nice guy, but at the same time he wasn't.
He was not. He was not a genuine person. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, and especially when he pulled out the gun, like that was hilarious. That was sad too.
I gotta go, guys.
All right, you take care. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate your feedback on this whole issue.
No problem. If you guys want to talk again, just hit me up.
Sure.
Of course, dude.
Oh, burn up.
Go nuts.
Yeah, thanks. That was art.
Wow.
That was Apple Pop, who basically came in and I kind of am surprised that she came in and talked to us about this issue, and I'm kind of glad that she did. And the thing is, I do feel bad.
Well, I was the one who called her into this.
Yeah, and she basically straight up said what she had to say about it, and I'm glad she came in and talked to us. If you guys want to come in and talk to us, we would gladly welcome you, but please be civil.
Exactly.
And don't troll, please. We're not, like, I'm serious. Like, I had you remember that kid that was like, he was like the squeaker. Yeah, we had to call him.
The kid.
Go ahead.
You mean the kid who was spamming us with like loud noises and from his shitty Xbox 360?
Yeah.
He was throwing us baggage and shit. I'm like, damn,
Yes. Yeah, that kid was on the Xbox Live thing. Like, he was, like, yelling and saying the N-word and everything. And I was just like... I can't...
There was a bro moment, but it was a hilarious bro moment.
I know, that kid was crazy. That kid was so crazy. Like, yeah, we had to refer to him as I think it was Autism Speaks.
No, it was real autism.
Like, yeah, so we had to refer to him as that because he was like going like like he was reeking on so many levels.
What about the other guy what about the other guy who was like really really fucked up? It started firing us because we didn't play what's that Mortal Kombat game? No, not Mortal Kombat. It was it was that fighting game with all the cave shit.
The KKK Mortal Kombat.
No, that one fighting game with all the cave shit characters from DC.
DC Unjustice.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I didn't think I had that game.
Yeah, I remember that dude too. What was his name? John? Yeah, I think it was John.
Yeah.
And that little kid was like in his. I think that kid who said us all this screaming shit was like 12 or 11.
13.
Like it, but
13.
yeah. All things considered, he was the kind of kid who started spamming people on Fortnite.
Yeah. I'm surprised that kid has not gotten caught yet. Like, he was literally making fun. Like, he was literally screaming. And I'm surprised no one has... I'm surprised the FBI has yet to find him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because for a kid that annoying, I think... I swear, the FBI might as well just capture him. Just because that's how annoying
they can't.
he is.
They don't go that far.
I know they won't go that far because.
I mean, not even the glow in the dark ones, though.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I think most people would laugh at that too. It's like there's a lot of things that go on.
I wonder if we still have. I wonder if we still have the footage because it was some crazy as shit.
Let's see here.
Okay, so regarding I don't think we're ever gonna be finishing this.
I know. I'm just gonna skip it a few more.
And if that's the case, just use piracy, please. If
Noralities,
you really want to separate the art from the artist,
let me say it like
just
this.
Don't give them your money.
You're doing us a disservice.
Also, to touch one
especially
last
the
time
viewers.
on Dragon Maid, and then I never want
By
to
your
think
reasoning.
about this again.
Apple said
I
it best.
know the animation industry
Please.
is hell, and I know Kyo
Learn
Annie
how
is
to
still
be.
recovering from the
Get some
damage
help.
caused by the
Get
arson
some fucking
attack.
help.
And if you want to support the anime production team,
You
because
clearly
in truth, the
have some
content
issues.
of what they are adapting is not their fault. And the only way to do that right now is to watch Dragon Maid S. Then sure, yes, absolutely do that if that's what you think is right. Life is complicated, and there is no one right way to live it. We just have to do the best we can with what we have. Since media does have an effect on reality, and the things that an author says or does can create real harm in the world, then as consumers, how are we supposed to engage with media? If we cannot blindly enjoy everything, must we cancel everything? No. What? No. What? At what point did I ever even... How would you reach that conclusion? The thing is, in life, you're going to come across a lot of shit you don't like, and you're going to have to make compromises. Unless you're a white cis het man, like I mentioned in my isekai video, you have to compromise to enjoy the majority of media.
Alright. The problem here I can see right now which he's making about the whole. Not everyone's going to be a white cis male, because already there's like, from what I heard, there's like black people that are disagreeing with her, or him, depending on the person. I don't know. I don't know this person very well, but Noralities, there are a lot of people that will disagree with you on these issues. And the problem is like, what? Huh? What did you just say? And personally, I think the problem here is that maybe that you probably miscommunicate with the issue on this, but yeah, there's some people that will disagree with you. Well, it's 2 I gotta get off. Have a nice good night. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. I'm gonna probably go right now. I gotta get off because I gotta go to work tomorrow, and that's gonna be hell.
My left ass cheek actually fucking hurts, man.
I know.
I mean, I had to deal with let's see, 9 to 9.
But we had some really good, interesting discussions.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I like Apple. She could come in our screen anytime she wants.
Yeah, she can tell us what she thinks about this, because Noralities, I got to admit, she does make some interesting like ups and downs takes on animes, but at the same time, you know, the problem is that like she doesn't have to buy she doesn't have to buy Rurouni Kenshin. She doesn't have to support it if she feels
she could pirate it.
Yeah, like she could pirate. Like she said that in the video.
It's just pirate. I mean, that's what I do. I pirate all my anime and my movies.
Yeah.
I
pirated some, but it's like, but I have to buy it because they're so good. You can't help it.
Yeah, exactly. I have actually bought a couple of things regarding entertainment.
Yeah.
Although I hardly ever watch anything these days.
Yeah.
But let's see. Who did I? There is some. Okay, what movie should I check out? Maybe I should check out the Godzilla vs. King Kong movie just because it's fucking stupid in a good way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. In the case of Noralities, yeah, please do better. Please do better.
Yeah, because we're not gonna cancel you. Don't worry about it. You're safe.
You're good.
You're good. It's just, it's kind of cringy, to be honest with you. So we're gonna let you go.
It's just constructive criticism. Even though some parts we will come off as assholes, but it's all in the spirit of civil conversation.
Yeah, because we're not gonna try to like disrespect you or anything. I understand where you're coming from, and at the same time, but there's some things we just don't get, and sometimes we can disagree or agree. But that depends on the interpretation of what we see. So you don't have to worry about us, you know, trying to destroy you or anything like that. It just means that some of us just don't understand your point of view, or your point of view kind of lacks.
It's a little warped.
Yeah, it's a little warped, and I'm not gonna try to say anything mean to you. It's just that's how we see it. Anyways, that we will leave.
Yeah, that's a public service announcement. Don't go after these people. Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada.
Yeah,
and we out.
We out.
It's a striker saying goodbye.
Good night. So this is gonna probably be my last video about her, because we went off on this. I might just do another live stream because I do like 2 live streams. One's about cancel culture, the other one's about anime. So I might as well just call this the anime show or something like that.
Well, just call it the JT. Just call it the JT.
I just call it the anime because that's the original one that I had for the live streams.
Yes.
Yeah, I just call it the anime.
Yeah.
The anime, like that anime. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. So, anyways, thank you for watching. I appreciate your feedback and your, especially if you guys want to come in and chat with us about anything. I'll open up the Discord whenever I can. If you guys want to contact me on Twitter, which is left down below my thing. So, take care. Good night. Thank you guys. I appreciate that everyone on the community we had some interesting discussions to make about this, especially about
trans issues.
Yeah, trans.
And I feel like we learn a bit more regarding the trans culture itself.
Yeah, so we kind of went off track, to be honest with you, but we did learn something. So, anyways, good night.
Man.